never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
A new day is upon us. All right, we're working our way into Inauguration Day for 2021. Big day on the horizon. A lot of changes. Final night in the White House for Donald and Melania Trump. At some point this past afternoon, Joe Biden arriving in our nation's capital. We'll have all the latest inauguration coverage as we progress through the overnight hours here. I'll tell you, one place I would not want to be trying to move freight today, and that's anywhere in, around, or near our nation's capital. I got the full breakdown on road closures, and there are lots of closures in our nation's capital, obviously. Lots of, we've been talking all week long about the security measures, the National Guard, the active duty personnel, what's going on. I think this past day they did say there were about a dozen National Guard members that they removed from the security detail. Apparently, they did find some social media links and whatnot to various, well, they were describing them as extremist militia groups. So they didn't specify the name of which group, but we've got the full story on that as well. We typically start off with a look around the nation, our travelers' weather. What are we looking at as we make our way into a Wednesday? There's not a whole lot of precip to talk about this morning. There is still a lot of winds to contend with in varying parts of the country. As far as any precip, you've got to get down into the southern tier of the country. A little bit of rain, nuisance rain, stretching through some very light rain, central Alabama. A little more widespread in central portions of Mississippi. Most of that is north of Jackson, Mississippi. And kind of a broken up line that extends back into the easternmost reaches of Texas. You could find a spotty shower back toward between Austin and Dallas. Again, very spotty, sporadic. Get further south and west toward the western portions of Texas. Yeah, a little bit of frozen precip in the mix, believe it or not. All the freezing rain, maybe a few snowflakes, all the way down into to the northernmost reaches of Mexico. Gives you an idea of how cold it is in that part of the country. Finally beginning to see some moisture streaming in to portions of Southern California. That storm we were talking about earlier this week that's centered way down in Baja, California. Finally beginning to throw a little bit of moisture up, again, into Southern California. They're anticipating maybe a bit of rain up into the Los Angeles area. The big storm, though, that's where we start things off with. It really started to ramp up this past day. Not a whole lot of precip to mention just yet, but what they have been contending with is hurricane force winds lashing California. Widespread disruptions and power outages. According to the reports from AccuWeather's reporter, Bill Waddell, he was in Fontana, California this past morning, and he's described, we've got debris flying right down the road. The strongest winds recorded over the higher elevations, the mountains surrounding Los Angeles and the Bay Area. But even in the more populated areas, damage was being reported from trees falling onto buildings, trucks being toppled over on the highways, the blowovers. Extraordinary wind gusts in California, among some of the strongest ever recorded in the state, occurring on some of the mountain peaks. Winds recorded reaching 119 miles per hour at Mammoth Mountain. Even in a few mountain communities, there were gusts nearly at 100 miles per hour. That was the case in Cobb, just northeast of San Francisco. I'm looking at the chart here. I guess these are some of the peak gusts. Ward Mountain, wherever that is, Ward Mountain, 137 miles per hour. That's above the 3,500-foot level. 124 miles per hour at Squaw Peak. As we mentioned, Mammoth Mountain hit 119. Kirkwood Mountain, 100 miles per hour. They recorded 97 mile per hour winds in Cobb. I've lived here my whole life, so it kind of comes with the territory, according to one resident in Santa Clarita. But this is pretty bad. I haven't seen it this windy in a long time. One of the biggest disruptions were power outages, an issue that's been compounded by the pandemic as people are working from home and children trying to attend school virtually. Without power, you're not working. You're not learning. More than 250,000 without power through most of the day Tuesday. According to the website poweroutage.us, crews will continue to work as safely and quickly as possible until all the customers are restored. But we can't give a specific time on when the power is going to be back up and running. The winds also put a pause on the distribution of the coronavirus vaccine. A COVID-19 vaccine site at Disneyland had to be shut down because of these high winds. All of the COVID-19 testing sites in Ventura County shuttered this past day as well from the winds. The critical fire risk that was anticipated accompanying the windy, dry weather. Emergency crews on standby throughout the day, ready to battle blazes. By early afternoon, helicopters could be seen in the sky over several regions of California trying to contain brush fires being fanned by the persistent winds. A couple of factors leading to a number of fire outbreaks from near San Francisco to San Diego. First off, the rainy season never has materialized. January has been so dry. December was also below normal. Secondly, the current weather patterns causing widespread, powerful winds and very low humidity levels. Yeah, a large, devastating wildfire that was sparked during the lightning siege back in August seemed to come back to life as several hotspots were detected in that burn scar area. It's amazing how long, yeah, in some areas that these fires can just kind of, yeah, simmer under the ground, and the winds bringing them back to life. Fires in the lightning complex burn area were regenerated by those winds. According to CAL FIRE this past morning, other units in the area were battling their own vegetation fires as well. The blaze that sparked the CZU lightning complex burn scar and other nearby areas led to evacuations in part of Santa Cruz County. Either way, the elevated fire threat and winds are forecast to continue on into the day, Wednesday, before gradually subsiding. By the end of the week, a storm more typical of this time of year projected to arrive in California. That's going to bring some more rain and mountain snow. Does not appear to be a significant storm, but at least a little bit of moisture will help the crews contain any fires that may still be burning following this spell of extremely windy weather. 137 mile per hour winds, though. That's astounding. We've had 2 weeks of storms bringing incredible winds to parts of the West. So again, it is Inauguration Day, the transition, the transfer of power in our nation's capital, and from one leader to the next. Weather has historically played an important role in the ceremony since the earliest days of our nation. If you think it's been a while since it last snowed on Inauguration Day, you would be correct. One U.S. president saw a record high Inauguration Day temperature for his first swearing in, only to follow it up with a record low Inauguration Day temperature for the second time he took the oath of office. Weather this year will have a different role than it has in the past, obviously with the coronavirus pandemic, forcing some of the celebrations to be held in a virtual format. That I guess we'll all see how that works later on this morning. The ceremonial inaugural parade will be a virtual parade. They kind of break down what we can expect, and we'll get to some of that coming up as well. There's also obviously limited attendance during the ceremony for the public health guidelines. Conditions in our capital during the ceremony have been a factor in changing the date of the Inauguration Day. According to the National Weather Service, meteorologist Ray Martin said the presidential inauguration used to be held in March, and it wasn't until 1937 that the ceremony was held on January 20th. According to the Library of Congress, the Constitution established Inauguration Day as March 4, and the date was moved to January 20 after the 20th Amendment was passed. Due to modern advances in communication and transportation, election officials no longer required so much time to gather election results and election returns for the newly elected presidents to travel to the U.S. Capitol building for the ceremony. Yeah, transportation and whatnot. I mean, things have changed since the early days. Also, the weather in March compared to the weather in January in Washington, D.C., also played a role in that decision to move the date. Communications and marketing manager for the American Historical Society says it supposedly snows less often on January 20th than it does on March the 4th in D.C. By moving the date earlier in the winter, they believe they would have a less chance of severe winter weather impacting the inauguration, because March is a really snowy month in Washington, D.C. In fact, the Inauguration Day with the most infamous bad weather was the one that saw William Howard Taft sworn in. That took place on March the 4th of 1909, nearly 3 decades before the official date was changed. The National Weather Service citing the Taft's 1909 inauguration as the worst in history in terms of inclement weather. The event was forced to be held inside after a storm came through and left D.C. buried under 10 inches of snow, which was very uncommon during the early years of the nation. There was no television, of course. Speaking of the importance of holding the momentous occasion outdoors, there was no way to show the president taking the oath of office unless the president in those days was outside and the people could see him. The severe weather delayed trains, clogged the city streets. Taft's inauguration was also the last time snow actually fell during the ceremony itself. Now, despite Taft experienced the most dramatic weather, it was William Henry Harrison's inauguration back in 1841, one of the most famous in American history, due to the inclement weather that many believe led to Harrison's death 1 month later. After delivering an 8,445-word speech that spanned almost 2 hours, the longest inaugural address in U.S. history, on a wet, freezing day, the 9th president of the United States contracted pneumonia and passed away again 1 month later, April the 4th. Despite the seemingly coincidental timing of his diagnosis, historians are kind of divided on whether inauguration, did that actually play a role in his death? According to History.com, some say it's not likely the president's speech was his killer. He didn't develop any symptoms until like 3 weeks after the inauguration. Many people cite Harrison's lack of a hat or coat on that bitterly cold day as the reason he got sick, but Young said the story goes deeper than that, just that one day. He didn't get sick during the inauguration. He got sick because he kept doing it. He would go early in the morning to the local markets just wearing his street clothes. He wouldn't wear a coat and a hat. And 3 weeks after his inauguration, he did that, and it was raining. His clothes were wet. He wouldn't take them off. He got pneumonia and died. He went on to say that the pattern of behavior during his first month in office, combined with lackluster health care, probably was the true culprit in his demise. The pneumonia made him sick, and then he made some pretty poor medical treatment. He was being treated like he had a common cold. On top of that, doctors didn't take his illness seriously until he was almost dead. Ultimately, the cold he caught that led to the pneumonia, that's what killed him. So, inauguration days, historically, going back in time, weather looks to be pretty typical for this time of year. The middle of January in Washington, D.C. Shouldn't be a bad day. I think temperatures are going to be in the 30s when the ceremonies get underway. Expected to warm into the upper 30s, close to 40 for a high temperature in our nation's capital later today. Now, under our industry headlines, flip the page over here. We typically get our latest prices at the pump. We normally get those on Monday, but of course, Monday was a holiday this week, MLK Day. So the numbers from the Energy Information Administration were released this past day. And since November 9th, diesel prices have been on the rise. A weekly federal report released this week shows the average diesel price per gallon increased to $2.69 per gallon. It's up about a penny, so not significant. Energy Information Administration recorded increases in pretty much every region. The biggest jump was up in the New England area. Prices there up more than 6 cents per gallon. 1 year ago today, average price was 34 cents per gallon higher. Now, many say with the changing administration and the actions that Joe Biden is anticipated to take in the early days, some of which may actually take place later today. As soon as the guy's sworn in, may begin to see our pump prices going up and away. Time will tell, right? So at the national average of 269, you look around the country, New England up 6 cents to 276 a gallon. Let's see, where do you find the cheapest prices in the country? Typically, it's the Gulf Coast, and that would be the case again this week, averaging about 246 per gallon. You head out west, and yeah, West Coast is up to $3.15. California always checks in with the highest prices nationally, at a whopping $3.44 per gallon, the average price. So the U.S. Department of Transportation updating the Automated Vehicles Comprehensive Plan. It is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register this week. Once it does, the public, you'll have 60 days to comment on the department's goals related to automated driving systems. The comprehensive plan describes how the Department of Transportation is trying to work toward safe and full integration of automated driving systems into our transportation system. According to the notice, it explains some of the department's goals related to automated driving systems. It identifies some of the actions being taken to meet those goals and gives real-world examples of how these departmental actions relate to emerging automated driving system applications. Although the DOT is preparing for the technology, they admit autonomous vehicles are still years away. Development of automated driving systems technology, it's all occurring on multiple paths, but there's still much uncertainty that exists around what form automated driving systems will take in the future. Even with the progress that the industry has made in the past 10 years, no vehicle equipped with an automated driving system is available for purchase to date in the United States. Technologies are still under development, and the deployment of automated driving systems equipped vehicles outside of some of these small-scale pilot programs, the DOT says, is still years away. Comments that do come in will be used to assist the DOT in planning and prioritizing the future regarding automation. Last week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announced the expansion of an automated vehicle transparency initiative to a full program as part of the test. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's online traffic tool that gives data on testing and safety performance for automated driving systems. It's now open to all stakeholders. Previously, there were just 9 states and 9 companies that were participating in that test, the pilot program. So the expansion includes 52 companies, governments, and associations. Among some of the new participants signed on to the program are some of the self-driving, well, one is the self-driving truck companies. You've got Embark, there's Kodiak, the Too Simple is another one of those companies. It should be noted that information submitted by these companies is all voluntary, but so some of the very latest what's going on as automated technology continues to grow. I think there was a team up this past day announced between, I think, General Motors and another big tech company. They're going to be working together for autonomous technology. Yeah, that'll come up later when we get to some of the other industry headlines. All right, road closures. Wow, look at our nation's capital. Federal authorities and transportation officials are shutting down multiple roads amid the security for the inauguration today. The Virginia Department of Transportation and Secret Service did release a joint transportation plan about what's going to be happening today. Drivers are asked to avoid the area, plan alternate routes if possible, because heavy traffic delays have already been reported, supposedly. This past morning, starting at 6 a.m. Tuesday, continuing through 6 a.m. Thursday morning. I-66 and I-395 bridges into D.C. are closed. Traffic is being diverted. 66 eastbound traffic diverted at Route 110, rather. That's exit 75. 395 northbound is being diverted at the George Washington Memorial Parkway, exit 10B. Some ramp and bridge closures, numerous closures on I-395, the northbound express lanes at the Rochambeau Memorial Bridge, the 395 northbound main lanes, Arlen Williams, J.R. Memorial Bridge. There's too many to go through, but just suffice it to say, there's a lot of closures, travel headaches. Arlington Memorial Bridge will be closed by the National Park Service. Secret Service is also making closures when you get on into the city. Again, too many to go through. Be boring if you're not going to be going into D.C. anyway. But that's why I say one place I would not want to be delivering freight would be in or around our nation's capital today. All righty, let's see what's happening here around the nation. Our number, maybe we should say around the world, because even Sylvester checked in last evening from Australia. It's 844-844-3388. Phone lines are open. And let me see here. What day is it?
Hey, Mike. What day is it?
Oh, that's right. Oh, hey, it's Hump Day.
There you go. Now, don't look on the Hot Shot Secrets page there at the Steve Sommers overnight drive, because it says it's January 19th again.
Oh.
It apparently does not want to accept Joe Biden as its president.
That could be the case.
Inauguration
that
day.
may be it. You might be onto something there.
It's not doing inauguration day on the Hot Shot Secret page.
We don't want this day to come.
January 19th again.
We didn't want January 20th to roll around, right?
No, it's January 19th. It's going to be like Groundhog's Day for Bill Murray. Just January 19th. It's going to be January 19th for the rest of the month. Oh, that's crazy.
How close do you get up into
crazy,
D.C.?
Steve.
Don't you get in and around some of that stuff when you're out there in your travels?
I get close enough to be on the Beltway. I try not to go inside the circle. You know, I do go around the DC 250, but yeah, that's about as close as I try to get. But I did see military troops on the move yesterday morning. There was a convoy out on the Beltway there, down around Joint Base Andrews there. So anyways, yeah. So fun today. Hopefully, I get down there, get done. I might stay further out, come back up some of the 2 lanes there, further away from the debacles going on. So did you hear about Green Joe? Did you hear about Green Joe and his travels to Washington D.C.?
All I know is he arrived. He came in from Delaware yesterday, but no.
Yep. They were going to ride the train. Him and Jill were going to ride the train like he's always done for his 40-some years of being in Congress.
Yeah.
And I guess with all the security issues, they ended up flying down. So they got on a Big Bird and made a special trip on the Big Bird and burned all the fuel from, I would say, Dover. Probably, I imagine he got on at the Air Force Base in Dover and flew from Dover to probably down to Andrews and where they normally land at, unless for military procedures and that everything. So, but anyways, he's supposed to be a green president, and there he is flying around in a big plane, burning all that extra fuel when he could have been riding on the train that everybody else is on. So, but hey, yesterday you were talking about, speaking of fuel and stuff, you were talking about that little town out there in Siberia that gets to like 73 below zero.
Yes.
Did you know they'd have an issue with propane there? Propane actually changes from a liquid to a gas. It boils at minus 44 degrees. That means it wouldn't be warm enough for the propane to change from liquid to gas unless you heated it to actually be able to use it to burn for your fuel, for heat or cooking or making hot water.
Really?
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy.
You'd have to heat your gas up. I guess up there they must have to use natural gas because that's a regular one of the really colder cryogenics down in the minus 270s or 280s. I forget where they're all at there for natural gas, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and all that. They're down there from the 270s into the minus 300s there, where they convert from liquid to gas.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I was thinking about that last email. What kind of critters can survive in those kind of temperatures? I mean, any sort of wildlife, I guess, must have to go into a deep underground burrow and hibernate through the winter months. So what could survive in those kind of temperatures?
They definitely have to have a good layer of fat on them and a lot of the hollow hair to be insulated, and to have dens to curl up in and maybe be able to hibernate, or I don't know, maybe they get friendly with the people and just move in with the people and just say, hey, we're all stuck up here together. Might as well make the best of it.
Wow.
So, but anyways, you were talking about cold temperatures for Inauguration Day and that. And I caught the local news yesterday, and I forget what year. I think it was 1994. I think it was 1994. They said for Baltimore, the record low temperature in Baltimore was minus 5 degrees for January 19th, 1994. So that, hit in the middle of the inauguration years. It was in between 92 and 96.
Right.
I guess it'd be 93 and 97. But anyways, the high on that day ended up being 5 degrees. So it went from a 5 degree or a minus 5 degree low to a plus 5 degree high. And the all-time record low temperature has been reached in Baltimore, I think 6 or 7 times, is minus 7 degrees. But can you imagine that if they were down there and the early morning temperature was minus 5 degrees for Inauguration Day, and at the hottest point of the day it only warmed up to 5? Can you imagine what kind of day that would make that be?
That sounds miserable.
But sure does. But anyway, so speaking of the Hot Shot Secret page here, I was scrolling back through it here and looking at some of the previous shows that you've had, and it's showing here for, I guess that's not today's show. Today's show, you got 200 people watching right now. And back there before that is 1.7 thousand and 1.8 thousand. And then you get to last week's shows and you're up at like 2.7 and 2.5 and 2.8. Did you know for your initial show on January 11th, it's showing let me see the small print here, 4.6 thousand views on the Hot Shot Secret page.
Wow.
Yeah. You're a superstar out there. Tell you what. And as I told you before, I don't know, it's supposed to be on its way. I don't know the exact delivery date, but we got the 72-inch big screen coming, so I'm going to be able to see the whole show then. I'll get the whole big picture. What do you think?
That'll work. There you go.
But anyways, so I don't know. We don't have a lot other than that for you. Not a lot's changed since yesterday. So I guess you kind of touched on it there. I heard a deal about the National Guard there. What, they found a dozen of them that they don't want to have inside the Capitol.
Whatever kind of, I guess maybe some radical views being posted via social media. That's the way they explained it. So I had a little more detail on that. Not a whole lot, but yeah, about a dozen of them.
All right then. So, well, I guess other than that, it's good to chat at you here first thing, and have a good rest of the show, and we'll be out here listening, watching when we can, and I guess we should do more driving than watching while we're driving.
Correct.
So
Correct.
We'll try to stay it that way.
Just listen. All right. Well, hey, Mike, have a great night. Be safe out there. Horse feathers. Happy hump day. It's 844-844-3388. Much more to come. We're rolling into a Wednesday. That's right, hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Taking care of business here on a Wednesday. What are we looking at? 844-844-3388. That's our number. So, inaugural parade. Oh, how do you hold a parade during a pandemic, right? Well, you do it virtually. Inaugural parade will feature 1,391 virtual participants, 95 horses, and 9 dogs. All right, according to the breakdown, the event planners say actor Tony Goldwyn will be hosting the virtual parade across America that's going to kick off after Biden is sworn in. Goldwyn, by the way, I'm not real familiar with the guy. Apparently he played a president on a television drama. What was it, a show called Scandal? Live portions of the parade are going to be announced by Charlie Brotman, who has announced nearly every inaugural parade since President Dwight Eisenhower. Well-known performers and athletes will be participating along with military bands and performers and speakers in varying communities around the country. That's why it's virtual. Although concern of spreading the coronavirus led planners to drastically reimagine Biden's inauguration, scrapping some of the traditional events and making others virtual events. Now, Mike Pence. Where's he going to go? Some are saying Mike Pence today becomes the vice president without a home. He's going to return to Indiana, southern Indiana, his hometown, after the inauguration. The Indiana Republican Party says the former Indiana governor and his wife, Karen, are expected to attend Biden's inauguration later this morning and then fly to Columbus Municipal Airport, Columbus, Indiana, to be greeted by some of his supporters. Barbara Hackman, the Bartholomew County Republican Party chairperson, says that about 50 people are expected, including the vice president's brother and U.S. Representative Greg Pence and several state lawmakers. Pence grew up in Columbus, and some family members still live there, but he hasn't owned a home in Indiana for at least the past 8 years. He actually lived in the Indiana governor's residence before moving to the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington as vice president. He hasn't said where he plans to live when his term ends later today. A vice president without a home. Well, I'm sure he'll find a place, right? Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here. Let's head up somewhere in Pennsylvania. Is it the Lone Ranger?
Well, good morning, Steve. I have two quick things to say before I get to my topic. Number one is a public service announcement. State of Pennsylvania, for 3 months now, has had photographic speed traps in the construction zones. And in 3 months of operation, they have handed out 30,000 violations. And the way it works, now, of course, first thing people say, well, how do you know I was driving? Well, they don't care because I looked into it. And it says if it's your vehicle, you're responsible for the operation of that vehicle, even if you're not in the driver's seat because you've given that person that's in there permission to use your vehicle. So you can't get out of it with that.
Okay.
Now, the first offense, you get a letter, and it just there's no fine. You just are warned that you are in violation, and it tells you how fast you were going in the 50-mile-an-hour zone. The second letter you get includes a fine for $75 on your second offense. And the third offense and every offense after that is $150. Now, I can assure you, and anybody listening that drives through them knows this, nobody does 50 miles an hour, at least in the work zone on Interstate 78 west of Allentown. So I got one violation letter with no fine. Now, the upside to this is that it doesn't count for any points on your license, and it doesn't go to your insurance company because they can raise your rates.
Okay.
And of course, if you have a CDL, it's even more critical. So anyway, just a warning. And for anybody who travels in Pennsylvania, you can go on the internet and they tell you where they're located, what highway and what mile marker. Now, it's supposed to be only if you're in an active work zone. If there's no workers there, it doesn't apply, according to the article. And they also have to have a sign there saying that the photo speed trap is in that particular zone. And this happened by accident. I dialed 800-844-3388 by accident instead of 844-844. And I'm not even going to tell you what you get if you dial 800-844-3388. I let people do it and get surprised as what they're going to hear.
Uh-oh.
But it involves a female voice. That I'll tell you. Now, my topic is Joe Biden. In fact, I almost stayed on that line. No offense.
Thanks a lot.
My topic is Joe Biden's inaugural speech. By the way, Steve, isn't that the same shirt you were wearing yesterday?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Okay. This is my version of the Joe Biden inaugural speech. Do you have some time?
Absolutely.
Do we have time?
I only have 5
Okay.
hours. I got I got 5 hours to fill, Ranger.
Well, my pad isn't that long.
Okay.
But anyway, this is my version. This is Joe Biden speaking. I want to thank all 25 of you for attending this event. I want you to be assured that you'll be safe because we have 1,000 soldiers per person to protect you. As I accept the position of President of the United States, I need to thank a number of people who helped me reach my goal. I want to thank the legislators in Pennsylvania for violating the Constitution and changing the rules of the election and extending the date for the mail-in votes so I could win a key battleground state. I also want to thank the driver who transported the hundreds of thousands of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. I also want to thank the election workers who stored ballots in suitcases and brought them out for counting after the Republican observers left. I want to thank Wall Street and big business for their huge campaign donations. I promise I will repay you by bringing as many illegals into the country as possible to provide you with cheap labor. I want to thank the media for not asking me any tough questions and ignoring the fact that I really don't have any accomplishments in my 48 years as a public servant. Americans were excited to know that my favorite milkshake was chocolate. I want to thank the workers who installed thousands and thousands of American flags on a national mall to disguise the lack of attendees at this event, even though I have chosen to cancel the America First policies of the former president. I want to thank Black Americans for voting for me, even though I was exposed by Kamala at the Democratic debates as a racist for supporting the 1994 crime bill, which resulted in many Black men being incarcerated, and being opposed to busing because I didn't want my kids to go to school in a, quote, jungle. I also want to thank her for not mentioning my praise for the late Senator Robert Byrd at his funeral, who was a former KKK recruiter. I will be filling my cabinet positions with people based on gender, race, and sexual orientation instead of qualifications because political correctness is more important. I promise to be a friend to China in return for all the money they gave me and my family members. I want to thank my campaign handlers for keeping me in the basement, away from any microphones, because I have a habit of making an ass of myself with various gaffes. I will cancel many of Trump's pro-American policies, including the XL pipeline. My environmentalists donated to me and are more important to me than the jobs that the pipeline would create. We will rejoin the Paris Accord so China doesn't have to address their pollution until 2030. I owe them. My VP pick, Kamala, will be ready to take over immediately since we all know I don't have the stamina for this job. Her ex-boyfriend, Willie Brown, assured me when it comes to problems, she can really handle the big ones. I want to thank her for helping create a bail fund for my supporters who rioted, looted, and burned buildings all summer. They all got out of jail in time to vote for me. I support her decision to call herself Black so she can make history, and I promise not to tell anyone she's married to a white guy. I want to thank the Secret Service for allowing me to swim naked. I also will have an open door policy for any parents with kids and will wear shorts when you arrive so your kids can sit on my lap and rub my hairy legs. Oh, and by the way, Kamala, if you keep wearing those tight pants, I'm going to start calling you Kamala Toe. And that's all I have, Steve. Have a good night.
That's even better than a top 10 list. Thank you so much, Ranger. Thanks for staying up late with us tonight, all right? Have a great day. All right, there you go. Lone Ranger. I had sent him a message, I guess, day before yesterday. Actually, he was on Facebook. I sent him a message. I said, hey, when are you going to stay up and give us a top 10 list? So I guess he worked on that throughout the past day, and Yeah, that's even better than a top 10. Let's see. Spaceman sent me a message earlier. We were talking about the whole. The guy that forgot his password. It has like $250 million dollars in Bitcoin in a virtual wallet. Remember that story? And he said, I guess there's another story similar to that. Something about a guy that had a hard drive, I guess, that had like the virtual wallet thing on it. And it had $250 million dollars of Bitcoin in that virtual wallet on that hard drive. And it's in the landfill. And apparently he's now trying to get the landfill, the city or whatever. Yeah, there I found the email finally. Threw away the hard drive, $220 million dollars in Bitcoin on it. He's offering the city $70 million dollars of it if they'll let him dig through the landfill. I mean, dude, you're not going to find that. Could you imagine that? Yeah, you know it's out there. $220 million on a hard drive. It's in the landfill. That's incredible. Our number is 844-844-3388. And dial the right number. You heard what Ranger said. I wonder how many of these goofy guys jumped off and decided to try that other line just to hear that female voice. Well, in one of his final acts as president, Donald Trump, just hours before leaving office, ordered the declassification of a binder of documents related to the FBI's Russia probe. That's what led to that investigation of his 2016 presidential campaign. Yeah, he has long wanted to prove that the Democrats sought to use the probe to get him out of office. Well, we all know that. They absolutely did. He said in a memorandum that some redactions have been made to the documents in order to allow to be disclosed publicly. I guess they have to take out anything that would be considered like confidential, classified, whatever information. I cannot recall the name of the caller, but it was in our final hour last evening. The gentleman that called suggesting, what do you think about the idea of Donald Trump forming his own party? His 75 million people that voted for him would go with him, right? And he mentioned the Patriot Party. Now, I'm assuming he must have heard some discussion of that elsewhere. If not, he had the most brilliant idea, because the Wall Street Journal ran the story this past day that President Trump has discussed forming a new party, hoping to continue his influence after leaving the White House. Now, this was from the Wall Street Journal Tuesday night. It's not clear how serious Trump is in his intentions, according to sources, but he said he would want to call such a party the Patriot Party. President reportedly discussed the idea with several aides and others this past week. Now, this after Trump has fought publicly with several fellow Republicans in the wake of the Capitol riot back on the 6th. Several have laid blame, at least partially, on him for his rhetoric at the rally preceding the riot and for the days and weeks preceding that event. Yesterday, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell took to the Senate floor to blame Trump for fanning the flames that fueled the break-in of the Capitol. I think he said something akin to the president was feeding the mob lies. Feeding them lies. Again, so any alluding to or speculating that the election was possibly fraudulent. That was feeding lies to the mob, according to Mitch McConnell. Now, as noted by the Journal, third parties rarely have an effect on national politics. Republicans are likely to take an even dimmer view of Trump for trying to pull away candidates and voters from their party. I don't know. Is turnaround fair play? I've always heard it is. You know, those same Republicans stabbed him in the back for 4 years. Yeah, many of them, of course, were trying to convince people not to vote for Donald Trump. Going back into some of the primaries, there were all those establishment Republicans, as we call them, the establishment. They've been against Trump from the get-go. And yeah, quite honestly, I think Mitch McConnell is part of that crew as well. Still, the Journal noted many of Trump's supporters were not aligned with the Republican Party before they actually supported him, either in 2016 or in 2020. They weren't necessary. There's a lot more independents out there today than we've seen probably in decades. Many who used to be diehard Democrats who feel that they've gone too far to the left. Many who were staunch Republicans want to kind of, they'd rather see something kind of in the middle. And they're independent voters. They try to actually look at each individual candidate and vote for who they think is going to do best for the country. But the Patriot Party, what do you think of that idea? All right, let me get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388 as we head down the home stretch for hour number 1 here. And I believe it's our old pal Wheelchair Dave. Is that you?
Yes, it is. Wait a minute here. Let me get you off speakerphone and get on the regular phone here. Did I pass the test?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Am I on?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Well, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? So you didn't really know where to look to find the show, and would you come across us on Facebook or something, or?
Well, see, I'm not a Facebook user. Okay, I'm not one of those. I'm kind of like you. You know how it took you forever to get cable TV and get a cell phone and get all that stuff. Well, I'm still behind on some of this Facebook stuff and computer stuff, but I was doing some searching, and I searched your name via someone else's Facebook account, and I came across this thing here called Steve Sommers at Hot Shot Secrets, and I'm like, wait a minute. Steve, I got to tell you, it really has affected me. It did affect me pretty dramatically when 700 WLW and iHeart did what they did. It really messed me up because I have listened to you, my God, for I don't know how many years you think we go back?
Oh boy, I mean, you've been there a long time. I mean, you've been with us. I mean, were you there before my dad even retired, Dave, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Way before it. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I go back to I knew Alan Browning when he used to do Desperate and Dateless.
Wow, you are going back a few years.
So yeah, I knew that family and stuff. But anyhow, enough about that. So this is fantastic to see that you have a new platform, and I'm going to log all this in and definitely become a listener and contributor and the whole 9 yards if I can.
That's absolutely, Dave. And you used to send me emails, but my new email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. You can see that on the screen there. So that's a pretty easy one to remember as well.
I sent you a new link on me. I've got, when you look at mine, you'll see that I'm not with Hotmail anymore. I'm with Gmail.
Okay.
Because that Hotmail had a lot of problems, and Gmail works better down here in Georgia for some reason, whatnot. But how's Roland, and how's the wife? How's everybody doing?
Everybody doing well. Yep. Everybody is plugging away. Everybody doing fine. Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great to hear all that. Okay. Well, I'll let you go, but I'm an email person, so I'll definitely be catching you up back and forth. On that email and
you got to get me up to speed. Got to get me up to speed with what's going on in the racing world. I mean, we're less than a month away from the Daytona 500, Dave.
Well, you've been missing a lot of stuff. There's a tremendous a lot of stuff that's been going on. You had the Chili Bowl, recently with Kyle Larson winning that the other night, and then you had Indy test days down there at Sebring just past Monday. The Indy cars were down at Sebring, Florida, and Jimmy Johnson wasn't cutting the mustard there. He was a little slower, but you got to expect that's only the second time he's been in an Indy car.
Yeah.
So he'll get up to par. Marco Andretti's stepping back. He's stepping out of the car. He's going to just race the Indy 500, and he's going to get off in some other adventures. Penske's got a fifth car. They just announced today that it's going to be racing in the Indy 500. It's a woman. It's not Danica. It's Simonia or somebody like that. You'll have to check that out. Okay, so then you got Roar. The Roar before the 24. That's coming up this weekend. Right now, currently, we got Valdosta. You got Valdosta, East Bay, all that. You got the dirts and the modifieds and sprints and all that going on. So, yeah, there's an awful lot going on. And then I've had a few of the race friends, pass away from the COVID. All right, some of my IMSA buddies and stuff, that I used to run carts and stuff with. And anyhow, so I got to catch you up on all that stuff because I'm involved with IMSA and Road Atlanta out here and stuff like that. So we'll catch you up to date.
Good deal. And of course, we're Hot Shot Secret, big sponsor of the diesel racing, the diesel cars, the diesel pickups, all the big truck diesel racing. That we'll be on the same page with some of that stuff. So I'll look forward to that.
Yeah.
Good deal.
That sounds great. I'm glad I ran into you. You have a great night.
Thank you for checking in. Old Wheelchair Dave. Yeah, he didn't call very often, but he was a pretty regular emailer. He was always out there listening. Down in Lake Lanier, Georgia. That's where he spends most of his days. Lake Lanier. All right. Let's see. I got an email from Spaceman. A couple of them that he was throwing my way. And Spaceman, if you found us live at this point, he's having a little difficulty understanding. He's going to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page on YouTube, and he said, "I can't find your live stream. If I click on the link, it takes me to yesterday's show. That's because it's the podcast, right? That's what we've been talking about for several nights. That we have to get 1,000 subscribers to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page before we can stream it live. So right now, you've got to go to the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page or the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, and you can find the live streams there. That makes sense? Yeah, so Spaceman, if you haven't done so, when you go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube, click on subscribe. And of course, you like us on Facebook, and we'll get more streaming options going in short order. And I spoke to Kyle this past day, and according to Chris Gabrelchik, he's wanting to go warp speed toward some terrestrial options out there. So we've got lots of positive things coming our way. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We wrap things up for hour number one. Much more to come, though. Jump on board. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 7 past the hour. We jump back in, hour number 2. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, look at the travelers. Let's take a look further south. South Central, Southeast this time around. If you're looking for an opportunity to take advantage of what is a stretch of mainly dry weather, your time is coming to a close. Rain returns later this week. The storm that's going to be hopefully bringing some much-needed rain and snow in the southwest. They also got the damaging winds in California. It's all going to track eastward across the southern tier of the country through Thursday and Friday. So when do the rains begin? Rains begin to break out Thursday into Thursday night from eastern Texas into parts of the Carolinas. Many of the same areas going to be pretty gloomy and damp right on into Friday night. It's a couple days of gloomy weather. Ain't going to see much sunshine for a few days, in other words. A corridor of downpours may take shape along or in between I-10 and I-20 from Louisiana to Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. In that zone, we could be talking 1 or 2 inches of rain with some locally higher amounts. That amount of rain, good news for areas in the southeast that have been abnormally dry and running precipitation deficit so far here in the new year. On the opposite side of the spectrum, though, places like Tallahassee, Florida, Augusta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, where dry days have been hard to come by this month. And January rain in those areas, running well above normal. So there could be some delays on the roads and for air travelers, especially at some of the busier hubs like New Orleans and Atlanta, Georgia. Travelers, of course, on the roadways where you're going to be out there moving the freight, you're going to be slowing things down. I-10, 20, 55, 65. Ponding of water, also heightening that risk of hydroplaning and the blowing spray from vehicles, reducing your visibility. There's a small chance at this point that precip may make it far enough to the north where it could meet up with air that's cold enough, that's in place for a narrow zone of maybe a wintry mix, a little freezing rain, sleet, those sort of scenarios stretching from the Ozarks in Arkansas into Tennessee. If the storm remains far enough south, it'll be just plain old rain. So that'll be it. Forecasters look for drier weather to move into most of the southeast for the first half of the weekend anyway. So a couple days of gloomy weather will be on the horizon coming up there in the southeast. Up to speed for that part of the country now as we're, again, underway with hour number 2. Okay, now, let's see. Kyle sent me a message. He said, Hot Shot Secrets Facebook and YouTube pages have easy addresses to type in. And that might be easier for some people. So if you're looking for the live stream, he said, just type in facebook.com/hotshotsecret or youtube.com/hotshotsecret. And you can, from there, you'll find the links to the live stream here of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let's get back up to our calls here, and Foster's been hanging in there for a bit. What's going on this morning, Foster?
Good morning, Steve. I misspoke. This is Buster.
Okay.
But it's all good. It has the ER on it. Hey, Steve, one reason I called so quick was I was at your YouTube channel there, and are you wearing a very bright red sweater?
Yeah, I got the red, black checkered on this morning, yes.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny. You said it was live, but I was able to move the timetable all the way to the 5th hour, and I didn't know if I was listening to, because it said it was the 19th show. Of course, it's the 20th. So,
yes.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Kind of concerned me. it had it on live chat too. Some people didn't know what was cooking, but it's all good. That's why we miss you, and that's why we're going to do all we can for Hot Shot to be success.
Yeah.
Listen, Steve, I think we found our separation report person, Wheelchair Dave. I think, NASCAR this year is adding so many road courses. And if he's associated with that down there in Atlanta, I enjoyed what he was just gave you that little nugget about all the preseason stuff. I think you should look at that. Maybe he could do one, do it once, tape it, and then you could do it like you did on the O Show. One segment could be a full wheel with fenders, or just do it all one time together. I like all kinds of racing, so that's a possibility. And on the news side of it, I don't know if you guys can contact Breitbart and see if they're willing to do something for you, independent, or Newsmax, since we all think the like-minded.
Oh yeah.
Ideology.
I think Newsmax
like
has the television. Newsmax, I mean, they're growing fast, and they've got the whole the cable television thing. They don't have like just an audio side or like a broadcast department yet. I can see that they'll probably be in fairly short order going that route, like all the other networks, ABC and Fox and all the others that have the radio side or the broadcast side for news updates at the top and bottom of the hour. Yeah, I'd love to have Newsmax.
Well, I'm just tickled death that I was on hold and got to hear Rangers because I was concerned I was on the wrong audio feed, but I was tickled to death to get Rangers. Thank you, Ranger, for calling in like that. I think for a lot of us who has a morning job, if we can get that first hour of all that good information and certain callers and racing reports, that's a blessing. So anyway, guys, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to getting my bumper sticker for my cooler at Buster Brown Institute, and I wish I could put something on my package car. But anyway, I've got your back. I'm ready to run my mouth at all my delivery stops.
There you go. Yeah, spread the word, as we say.
Thank you,
and I know they're working on the whole sticker thing. They're working on that. You'll get some stuff for you. We'll get you stuff for your package car, and for the owner-operators that own their own trailers, if you'd like to help us here. You are the rolling billboards out there rolling up the highways and byways. Absolutely. Well, Tuesday was, the last full day of the Donald Trump presidency. And as anticipated, everyone was kind of wondering, who gets a pardon? Who gets a pardon? Apparently thousands of requests had come in for pardons. And we do see Death Row Records co-founder and former drug kingpin, guy by the name of Michael Harrio Harris, was apparently pardoned by President Trump after a secret campaign by Snoop Dogg, the rapper Snoop Dogg. According to London's Daily Mail, Snoop Dogg enlisted Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, and justice reform campaigners to convince Trump to make the decision. DailyMail.com reported White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows advised Trump against signing the pardon. However, Trump issued the pardon on his last full day in office. Who is this Harris guy? Harrio. 59-year-old Harris was set to be released from a California federal prison Tuesday. He spent 32 years in prison for attempted murder and cocaine trafficking alongside fellow rappers Dr. Dre and Tupac Shakur. Snoop Dogg recorded under Harris's infamous record label in the 1990s. Convicted of attempted murder and kidnapping in 1988, Harris reportedly has become an activist campaigning for prison reform from the inside. Now, Snoop Dogg once said he'd leave the U.S. if Trump was elected president. He even did a music video where he pretended to shoot a clown that was dressed as President Trump. You remember that? Either way, that pardon was among clemencies granted by President Trump in his final days. Other recipients include former campaign chairman Paul Manafort, longtime confidant Roger Stone, and supposedly a number of others. I haven't seen a full list. They were talking like there was going to be somewhere akin to 100 pardons issued this past day. Somewhere they probably got a list compiled, but all right, let me see who's next up here. Let's see what's going on this morning with our old pal, the Chevy guy. Hello there.
Thank you. Blink, blink. Thanks for letting me over and run the front door for a short. Okay. AOC. It's funny. I've been listening to the regular news. You know, we've got 200,000 immigrants moving up from the south.
Yep.
Honduras, I guess they're shooting gas and all, I guess, holding it back. But you're right. Nobody knows about it because on your regular news media, they're not talking about it. And it looks bad for Biden. AOC is going to want her pound of flesh from the Biden administration. And when these people make it to the border, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. And I got on Facebook and put out on a couple places. I said, you know what? It's not my problem now. It's their problem. They were voted in. Now it's Biden's problem. And I've got a lot of people mad at me, but you know, it don't pay to stay upset and mad about what happened. It is what it is. And hey, it is their problem. We'll deal with it. We're Americans. We're going to overcome it. I said, you know, a lot of people got mad at me and said all kinds of stuff. And I said, hey, the best thing you can do to prepare for this onslaught with 100 people, when you get kids graduating from high school this year, and they have maybe 100 people waiting for a job at McDonald's ahead of them, and most of them are immigrants. You know, and the best thing you can do as an American is make sure your child graduates high school, gets an education, and if he isn't a college type, make sure that he gets into some kind of trade school and give him a head start. That's the only thing we can do. Other than that, you just can't stress over it. It is what it is. We got to deal with it.
Yeah.
And I'm just, it's going to be interesting. Just sit back and watch what they have to do. And we all know Biden did not promise anybody anything. So it's just it's just going to be it's going to get real. Let's put it that way. Did get to watch a interview with ex-Antifa member. And I think it was the best interview I've heard explaining what Antifa is. There's no one group of Antifa. That's why it's hard to track them down. They have one or two members that gather in secret, but it's a mix of all different kinds of anti-government organizations. And that's how come they didn't have no problem jumping in there and in with the Trumpers, the megas, and do what they were doing. Anything they can do to overthrow this government, if they can get the Trumps riled up and going against, fighting and try to collapse our government, that's what they want to do. So it's just, we're just be who we are and stay true to it. I don't care what they do I don't care what they do with Trump. Because the truth of the matter is the left and the rhinos have forgotten something. They're missing it totally. And it is, in their blind hatred for Trump, the left and the rhinos are missing it. And I'm telling you, it's not that we are Trump followers. It's the fact that Trump agreed with us. We finally had somebody out there that was saying it the way we believed it. And we're not going nowhere. You get rid of Trump, if they could do what they want to him tomorrow and he'd be gone, I'm telling you, we're not going nowhere. We still believe the same way we believe, and any way we can fight for it, we will. And the rhinos, Romney. Hey, face it, the Bushes said they voted for Biden. That's sure. So, am I worried about? Am I worried about breaking up the Republican Party? I mean, they don't seem to care about us. So that's where we go. That's where we're going from there.
Yes, sir.
And if I could share a short story, my favorite story about Interstate 78. I had a load going from West Virginia to Riverhead, New York. And this was back in the mid-1990s. And that place, 78's always under construction back then. They had like a 10 or 15-mile construction zone, and they had it down to 45 mile an hour. It's like 9 o'clock at night in light traffic, but I'm going down there, and I've got a flatbed with split rail. And if you know anything about that, that stuff rolls and gets loose, so you take it easy down through there. It's bumpity bang. They got the Jersey walls on either side. And all of a sudden, here comes these big old large cars. I'm driving a Super Dog, you know. It ain't no little truck, but I got to watch that load. A couple large cars come running up on the back of me. I'm doing 50 in a 45. And they're cussing me out. Now, remember, it's 55 throughout the country still, mid-90s.
Right.
And they give me this. They start cussing at me and everything, and I held up pretty good. I didn't say anything, didn't do anything, and then finally, one of them boys, you know, started saying that I knew my mother in a Bible way, and I said, "Whoa!" And then it dawned on me, "Hey, we've got about 10 miles ahead of us, and I'm in front." I keyed up and I said, "Yeah, you're right. I am speeding." So I slowed down to 45 miles an hour, and that commenced to cussing even more. Meanwhile, there's more and more trucks coming up behind them, and finally he cussed me, and I'd slow it down to 40 miles an hour. And then by the time we got it down to about 35 miles an hour, he was cussing me, and all them boys back there started cussing him, telling him to shut up, or we'd be going through here at 15 mile an hour. So I said, "Well, for the rest of you fellas, I'm going to kick it back up."
Wow.
That's 78. That's 70. Yeah. Sometimes don't pick on the guy up front. That's all I got to say. But yeah, 78. And I think Ranger was saying that about 78 and the speed trap and construction. Yeah, that section, especially from Frystown on, it just to Allentown, man, that was forever under construction. So other than that, I'm going to slide back in the rocking chair, copy of the mail, and it was so good to hear Ranger horse feathers, and look at all the old guys that's coming back. Got to realize I've only been on a cell phone maybe for 7-8 years now. So you know, it's just amazing to listen to all the old timers coming back because you're on this menu. Also, I did check Facebook. Is showing the 19th, and how I found you on Facebook was simple. I went to live news feed, typed in Steve I didn't even get Sommers out, and there was Overnight Drive. Kicked on it, and there I was.
There you go.
And also get over there on YouTube and click on prescribe. So. We're going to rock and roll. We're going to turn and burn with this thing, Tim Ford.
Sounds like a plan. Chevy guy, and great to have you a part of the show on a regular basis. Absolutely. Good to hear from you. Copy in the mail, as you like to say. All right, somebody sent me a link here. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. At the very end of his final day in office, President Trump exercising his clemency power, likely for the last time. Pardons and commutations to several politicians, entertainers, and some Republican allies. I think we did mention Steve Bannon, right? One of the surprises of the Tuesday night marathon was a pardon for Trump's former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, who exited the administration shortly after the violence in Charlottesville. In 2017, he was a former Trump campaign CEO and executive chairman of Breitbart. He's mostly been outside the president's circles since the fiery the publication of Fire and Fury in 2018, in which he was the source of several scathing quotes and anecdotes about the president and his adult children. Bannon, right now, apparently was awaiting trial on a federal case in which he allegedly defrauded Trump-supporting donors of over $1 million, part of a crowdfunding effort to build a border wall. Odd that he would pardon that guy. Elliot Broidy, Trump has also reportedly pardoned the Republican fundraiser. Elliot Broidy, who pleaded guilty October of last year to acting as an unregistered foreign agent in a scheme to accept millions of dollars from Malaysia and Chinese interest to lobby the Trump administration. Lil Wayne, shortly before the midnight hour, Reuters reported the president had pardoned Lil Wayne, who pleaded guilty in December to felony gun possession while on parole. This rapper, legally named Dwayne Michael Carter Jr., Lil Wayne actually endorsed Trump ahead of the election. In the same report, Reuters stated Bill Capri, known as the rapper Kodak Black, was pardoned. 2019, he was arrested on a federal weapons charge, sentenced close to 4 years in prison. Kwame Kilpatrick, Reuters also states Trump pardoned. He's the former Detroit mayor who was sentenced to close to 30 years in prison for corruption charges. I mean, you're talking an interesting list of pardons. People that you wouldn't likely think Trump would pardon, but throughout his presidency, but particularly since losing the election, Trump has issued several pardons and commutations to political allies and associates, including many ensnared in the Mueller investigation, the campaign, the contacts with Russia, Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, other controversial people awarded clemency the last month were 4 Blackwater contractors convicted of killing Iraqi civilians, 3 corrupt former Republican members of Congress, 2 Border Patrol agents who opened fire at on a Mexican man fleeing arrest and then tried to cover up the shooting. Let's see. Also pardoned Charles Kushner, the father of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, the real estate bigwig who pleaded guilty last decade to tax evasion, making some illegal campaign contributions. So thank you for the list there. Appreciate the update. What are we looking at? Several lines available at 844-3388. We'll get a timeout here and come back with much more on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So here we find ourselves 10 weeks. The last U.S. House race in the nation to be called. Yeah, well, one step closer to resolution today, Wednesday. Let me see here. Since November 3rd, ex-Representative Claudia Tenney, the Republican of New York, has held the lead in New York's 22nd district, that's upstate New York, over Representative Anthony Brindisi, the Democrat. As of last Friday, with all the votes in the 8-county district tallied up, Tenney's lead was 29 votes out of more than 325,000 votes cast. I know many people feel kind of disenfranchised by how things unfolded with Donald Trump losing the vote, feeling like there was fraud, corruption, whatever the case, whatever you want to call it. But 29 votes. There's more than one occasion where they say, every vote does count. Now, with 29 vote separations, the state Supreme Court there in New York, the judge, has so far refused to permit the certification that Tenney needs in order to be sworn in to the 116th Congress. Now, the judge last week cited the revelation that Oneida County Board of Elections failed to process 2,418 applications from voters who had applied through the Department of Motor Vehicles before the state deadline. Attorneys calling on the judge to count 69 ballots from 2,418, whom they insisted had applied on time through the Department of Motor Vehicles. Testimony Friday confirmed all but a handful of the 69 ballots came from Democrats, who are primarily young. Now, Tenney's legal team countered that, hey, you're trying to cherry pick votes that you think came from Democrats. So the judge is expected to rule on those 69 ballots today. He will then consider a string of legal challenges from both sides to the ballots already cast. The final argument in the longest standing House race in this country are expected to be concluded by the 22nd, January the 22nd. But isn't that something? All this time has passed, and still, trying to sort out yet another member of the House of Representatives there in the state of New York. Wow. It's 844-3388. And we've got the Jolly Green Giant.
What's up, Steve? I just wanted to call and tell you, where'd you get this wind from? Sex Maniac and I are right above Remington heading up the north, and it is windier than a blasted dog. I'm telling you. But I think I texted you on Facebook to ask you if you were considering maybe putting Earl Pitt's Real American on your show.
I don't know if I could get access to that or not. I'm not sure.
Well, I know that he had his stuff on cassette tape, which shows you that went way back. And I used to play it in the truck. His stuff is really, really good. But I don't know if there's copyrights on it or what,
Uh-huh.
But I just want to say that I'm getting you through YouTube. Your live feed is on YouTube, and I'm having no problems at all hearing your show on YouTube. So,
and you're on.
I'm really enjoying the show.
Are you catching it through the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page? Is that?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm not having any problems at all. The truth of the matter is, I actually am doing better listening to your show today than I did way back from the very beginning. So at least we get to see you, on the video on YouTube,
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know what color your shirt is, and it don't really matter, man. But I'm really enjoying the political information that you're giving us and all the weather and so on. And we thought we were going to have snow tonight, but I checked all the weather, and we're good to go tonight, all the way up to Lowell and all the way back. And Sex Maniac is going up here to Crown Point to relay. I relay at Lowell, and then we go back to Cincinnati is what we do. So, but we are spreading the word on your show, and I think you're going to do real well. Are you guys talking about getting on Sirius XM Radio, Steve?
Absolutely. Yes.
And I'm looking forward to you getting on there. I do have a subscription with Sirius XM Radio, and I know a lot of drivers out here do. So we are night drivers. We work Monday night through Friday night, and I know you work Sunday night through Thursday night. So we understand that. But that's our schedule. I mean, we're line haul drivers for a local company out of Dayton, Ohio. So we're out of Cincinnati.
Okay.
So either way, Steve, I just want to say thank you. We're enjoying your show for the last 2 weeks. Please keep up the good work, man.
You got it. Hey, and thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate you chiming in, helping me make it through the night. Jolly Green Giant, have a great morning. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I've heard some pretty strong gusts. Yeah, he's talking about the wind, coming through. There are no wind advisories or wind warnings, anything like that here in this region of the country. So I guess the winds, as gusty as they may be, not strong enough to be prompting any sort of advisories from the various weather service offices. I do see some snow flying in parts of northern Indiana and parts of Michigan. Looks like this may be some of that lake effect snow. But here's an advisory from the National Weather Service office there in northern Indiana. A band of brief, heavy snow affecting a handful of counties: Allen, Wabash, Huntington, Wells, Adams, Paulding, Van Wert counties. This band along a line from near Bourbon to near Auburn, kind of moving southeast. So locations including like Fort Wayne, New Haven, Van Wert, Wabash, Decatur, and a number of others in northern Indiana. impacting some of the interstate travels as well. You've got I-469 between the mile marker 0 and 30. Interstate 69 in Indiana between the mile marker 272 and 320. In this band, it's like a squall line. Visibility may drop quickly to less than a quarter mile in this area of heavy snow, and obviously road conditions can deteriorate very quickly as they become snow or ice covered. So beware and slow down. Weather Service office in Detroit, Pontiac, Michigan, for the cities of Port Huron, Pontiac, Michigan, Warren, Ann Arbor, Detroit. Cautious travel is advised. Snow continues to lift across the area through the early morning hours. The most intense snowfall will occur between the M59 and I-94 corridors. Snowfall rates in excess of a half inch per hour, which will lead to a quick accumulation of snow in some locations. We could see localized amounts upwards of 2 inches possible. Elsewhere, accumulation less than an inch. Snow gradually tapers off over the next couple of hours. Air temperatures ranging between 28 and 32 degrees. So right there, just cold enough for the snow. It's probably that pretty wet, heavy stuff. So caution in that region of the country. Just a couple advisories, as there's not a whole heck of a lot going on weather-wise around the country tonight. Again, aside from the winds. And back to the phones. Is it the big moose on the loose?
Yeah, buddy. What are you into this evening?
Just trying to get through another night. How about yourself?
Oh, I heard that. Got some bad news, buddy. Our old buddy Ratchet Jaw went off duty for the last time about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Wow. I shared your message last evening that he had a stroke while he was asleep and didn't make it through.
I guess now they're saying it was a brain aneurysm, actually what killed him.
Wow.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it was weird, because the night before last, I was talking to him, we was laughing, cutting up, having a big time, and next day he was gone, you never know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you'd mentioned him just the other night, yeah.
Yeah, it's, oh, well, I tell you what, man, I'm feeling old. All my old compatriots, so to speak, are dropping like flies. I've been to more funerals this year than I think I've ever had in my life,
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I've heard
I
many.
guess it comes around for all of us sooner or later.
Yeah, inevitably. Sadly, it does. But yeah, I was talking to one of my neighbors here coming out of a funeral here earlier this past year. Said, you're getting older, because when we were younger, we were attending lots and lots of weddings. Now it seems like we're attending lots and lots of funerals.
Boy, ain't that the truth? Well, I tell you what, I know, personally speaking, I'm not real proud of it, but most of those weddings that my friends attended were mine. It took me a while to become a good husband, I guess, because I went through them like I went through. I had disposable marriages there for about 15 years, but oh well, live and learn, right?
Yes.
All right, man. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to get off here and feel sorry for myself a while. I'll be listening, but I'm going to keep it between the spotted and the solid. You do the same. Keep your powder dry, and we'll catch you next time.
All right. As always, thanks for checking in, and thanks for the update, although it's not the update we wanted to hear as far as old Ratchet Jaw. How about that? Yeah, you never know. We all reach that point, but all right, before we get back to the calls, I see that in a White House farewell speech this week, First Lady Melania Trump took a moment to thank the men and women of the trucking industry for your efforts to keep the country running during the COVID crisis. On Monday, Melania posted a 7-minute video on Twitter which she gave thanks to the frontline workers, including truck drivers, for their selfless efforts during the pandemic. As the world continues to confront the COVID-19 pandemic, I thank all the nurses, doctors, healthcare professionals, manufacturing workers, truck drivers, and so many others who are working to save lives, she said. We grieve for the families who've lost a loved one due to the pandemic. In the midst of hardship, we have seen the best of America shine through. All right, Donald Trump, of course, often spoke out in favor of the men and women of the trucking industry back in April of last year, hosting an event on the White House lawn, kind of recognizing and praising truck drivers for keeping the grocery shelves stocked, trying to keep the toilet paper and paper towels stocked, right? Keeping the country rolling during the pandemic. That was the event where our own listening friend Monty, part of the OOIDA board, was actually, he got the invite and got to attend that there in our nation's capital. And he called and explained. It was quite the experience, he said. Then on to North Carolina, where police are asking for the public for information after a truck driver was allegedly robbed at a truck stop last week. Robbery reportedly occurred Thursday at a Love's truck stop location in Rowan County, North Carolina, according to WBTV. The Texas-based truck driver later told police he had pulled into the truck stop on Thursday night for a shower and to sleep. Said as he walked back to his truck, a man grabbed him from behind and put a knife to his throat. Suspect reportedly demanded the driver's wallet. When the driver complied, the suspect took $300 in cash from the wallet and then threw the wallet on the ground. Truck driver said the man ran off with the cash and left the truck stop in the passenger seat of a white Chrysler C300 with at least two other people inside. Truck driver described the suspect as a black male in a black hoodie and jeans. Rowan Sheriff's Office say that they were able to corroborate much of the truck driver's account through surveillance video from the truck stop. So they're asking anyone that might have information on the incident to call the Rowan Sheriff's Office, area code 704-216-8700. I guess in the truck stops, many drivers have the dash cams that may still be up and running. I guess they may hope someone might have caught some of this on dash cam. You might have a dash cam that could even maybe like show the license plate of the suspect vehicle or whatever. So there you go. A couple of our industry headlines as we make our way into the early hours of a Wednesday, as we call Hump Day. And plenty of room for you. Lines wide open. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, one last thing. What'd you forget, Horse Feathers?
Here in Ranger do his recitation for what Mr. Biden's going to do later there today.
Yes.
And thanking the people with the mail-in votes. You touched on it the other night. I guess one of the first agendas of the Maryland General Assembly will be to try to permanently establish mail-in voting for the state of Maryland. And of course, with 3/4 of the assembly there being Democrats, and the governor we have, even though he's Republican, having to vote the Democratic way to get anything he wants. Guess what we're going to have in Maryland, Steve?
You're going to have
permanent mail-in voting.
Permanent mail-in voting. So after the whole debacle that unfolded, and the mail-in voting, of course, prompted by the COVID, they want to make that a permanent fixture.
Yep, that's exactly right. It worked so well, and it was perfect, and nobody had to go to a polling place, and everybody got a ballot, and Maryland did keep up on the count, unlike Pennsylvania, who decided they had to count all theirs after Election Day. Maryland was actually counting their votes as they came in, but the only thing you could do with your ballot, if you were worried about it going through the mail system itself, was you could actually carry it to a collection station, either with the board of, the voting, the voting people and all that. You could either, the election people, you could either, they had boxes out that were supposed to be secure, or you could take it right to a polling place where there was a collection box at each of the polling places they had. But here again, how many ballots are going to go out there that, are just either going to get, hey, my neighbor I got a ballot today, so I think I'll run over to my neighbor's mailbox and grab his ballot too, and he won't realize that they came today because he won't get one, and I'll have two. So, especially if you're a Democrat, your neighbor's a Republican, or you're a Republican, and your neighbor's a Democrat, then you can fill out theirs and just send them back, because they give you the return envelope. It's not like they're in any type of a secret envelope. So when they're in the return envelopes, anybody through the whole mail system knows, what it is being mailed out and back. So I don't know, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. But I'm pretty sure that Maryland will probably be one of the first states that has permanent mail-in voting for elections, that you're not going to have to get up out of your easy chair anymore to go vote. Just stay at home, and maybe the mailman will even bring it right to your door. If your mailbox is at your door, maybe the mailman will bring it right to your door. You won't even have to leave the house to go vote.
Wow.
So I guess that's all good for those new generations that don't leave the house because they sit there playing their video games all the time, 24 hours a day, and don't go outside. So I don't know, somewhere or another, they need to learn how to get some vitamin D from the sun, and they got to use real iodized salt. From what I hear, they got to use iodized salt. Now, have you heard this deal, Steve, about the people not using iodized salt? They're using all these designer salts.
Yeah, the sea salt and all that.
All that stuff.
Iodine is a crucial element for our body. You need some iodine. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. So they're using all the salts with no iodine, so they're getting sick because of that. And of course, that'll be good because Obamacare is going to come back in full force. So if they get sick, they'll all be taken care of. And I did shoot you an email of 8 animals that live in the Siberia there. I didn't know if you got that email with the eight animals that live up there in Siberia. So anyway,
I saw that.
But,
like various tigers, and of course you got we all know the Siberian husky. But I'm thinking, there's parts of Siberia, the places we're talking about, where it's 70 something below zero. I'm thinking maybe they thrive maybe further south in Siberia. I just can't imagine anything able to survive in those kind of temperatures.
Yeah, it didn't say how far north they went there. So I was trying to scan through there, but we're back, got the wheels rolling. So I guess I shouldn't be doing Googling and stuff like that while I'm trying to do this. So anyways, I guess that all ended up more than one last thing. So oh well.
But those are good things.
Never get what you bargained for.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, good things. Thanks for bringing that up. And I see talking about the path to citizenship, as they call it, for the illegals that are in this country. It's been done before, never at a scale that's being discussed right now with the incoming president, Joe Biden. And having been done before, we know it doesn't do anything to stem the flow of illegals coming to the country. As right now, there's a mad rush of illegals trying to get into the country so they can participate in a potential amnesty or become legal citizens, Joe Biden's decision to immediately ask Congress to offer legal status to an estimated 11 million people in the country has surprised advocates given how the issue has so divided Republicans and Democrats, even within their own parties. Later today, Biden is expected to announce legislation to provide a path to citizenship for millions of immigrants illegally in the United States. Now, he campaigned on a path to citizenship for the roughly 11 million illegally here. Not clear how quickly he's going to move while wrestling with the coronavirus, the economy, and other priorities. But for advocates, memories were fresh off presidential candidate Barack Obama pledging an immigration bill his first year in office back in 2009, but not tackling the issue till his second term. Of course, Joe Biden's plan is, the polar opposite of Donald Trump. You go back to his campaign in 2016. Much of that rested on curbing and trying to stop illegal immigration here. And honestly, a majority of the people want the flow of illegal immigrants to stop. This really does represent what they're calling a historic shift from Trump's anti-immigrant agenda that recognizes all the illegals that are in the country, putting them on a path to citizenship. According to the executive director of the National Immigration Law Center, if successful, this would be the biggest move toward granting status to people in the country illegally since Ronald Reagan bestowed amnesty on nearly 3 million people back in 1986. There's been numerous efforts, legislative efforts to overhaul immigration policy. The one that failed back in 2007. I'm trying to remember. Was that the McCain-Kennedy bill? It might have been that one or the 2013 legislation. I can't recall which, but that's where the people were people rose up. They were outraged with the premise of legalizing all those who had broken the law to come into this country. Biden's incoming chief of staff said over the weekend Biden will send an immigration bill to Congress day one. Didn't elaborate, and Biden's office declined to give any specifics. So now here's the other question. We're hearing that number, close to 11 million people. Go back about a year and a half ago. The Department of Homeland Security stated at that point in time that this guesstimate, this estimate, because no one really knows how many are actually here. Numerous studies, and it's probably double that number of 11 million. The number 22 million comes from a study back in September of 2017 by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's double what most other estimates have been. The 23 million number had also been thrown out. That's been refuted. The Pew Research Center said their most recent count was closer to the 11 million mark. The Migration Policy Institute has an estimate of 11.2 million. The Department of Homeland Security had the number at 12 million. But again, these stories, this particular story I'm sharing was, again, October 2019. So over a year ago. How many more had come in illegally over the past year? The numbers just continue to grow year after year. Okay, we're up to top of the hour, so we'll get a time out here. Quick break. Grab yourself something. Go grab yourself a snack and come back like our buddy Neighbor Dave does. get you a big dip of that, what is it, cherry chocolate chip, whatever he was eating last night. And plenty of room for you. You want to dial us up here this morning, help us get through the overnight hours as we make our way into a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back for another hour. Got a ways to go, don't we? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here. Got something you'd like to throw our way? Yeah, feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. Get some of those. You got some travel issues out there. Our listening audience is always been real good at giving us the latest. You're seeing some of those road conditions deteriorate with some of those squalls that they're talking about up in Indiana and Michigan this morning. See something out there happening, road shut down, give us a call, or you can throw an email my way, steve@hotshotsecret.com, or you can text us a message, text message to the same toll-free number, the 844-3388, and let us know what's going on. All right, they've been talking about the exodus of people from certain states. Yeah, people fleeing New York. COVID has sent a lot of people out of work, and with no jobs available there, COVID has seen a lot of people exiting. The tax rates, of course. Yeah, the Democratic leadership under Governor Cuomo in the state of New York, de Blasio there in New York City. People are just saying, I've had enough. California, another state where tens of thousands are exiting that particular state. A few days ago, they gave the U-Haul kind of tracks where people are moving. They can follow their rentals. They rank the 50 states where who's moving in, who's moving out. If you're of the opinion that Tennessee is a fun place to visit and might be a beautiful spot to live, they say you better take a number, get in line, because U-Haul customers are well ahead of you. The volunteer state posted the largest net gain of U-Haul trucks crossing its borders last year, making it the #1 U-Haul growth state for the very first time. Growth states calculated by the net gain of one-way U-Haul trucks entering a state versus leaving that state in a given calendar year. Data is compiled from more than 2 million one-way transactions, customer transactions on a yearly basis. Tennessee's influx of do-it-yourself movers during a turbulent year with the COVID means that a state other than Florida and Texas, which typically top the list, tops the growth ranks for the first time since 2015. In 2015, it was actually North Carolina that led the way ahead of Florida and Texas. Customers made Texas and Florida their top 2 destinations from 2016 to 2019. Texas had the largest net gain of one-way trucks for 3 consecutive years before Florida kind of flipped the order, became #1 last year. Texas was #2 for growth last year. Florida came in at #3. Other states, Ohio, Arizona, Colorado, Missouri, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia round out the top 10 states for growth as self-movers continue to migrate to the Southeast, as well as markets in the Southwest, the Midwest, and the Rocky Mountain regions. California, yeah, they rank last by a wide margin, supplanting Illinois as the state with the greatest net loss of U-Haul trucks. California has ranked 48th or lower since 2016. People have been moving out of the state for years. And by a wide margin, Illinois has been 49th or 50th since 2015, when U-Haul actually started ranking states based on annual net gain. People leaving these liberal bastions around the country. I'm seeing a lot of people from California move to Tennessee. According to the U-Haul company out of Nashville, the president there, Jeff Porter, he said they're attracted to our lifestyle. Tennessee has no income tax. We are very business friendly. There's plenty of jobs. People and companies are taking note. Places like Nashville, Murfreesboro, and Clarksville are attracting tons of new residents. Nashville is ever growing, even in the era of COVID-19, not slowing it down. We're seeing movement before the virus hit. I think the situation has pushed a lot more people away from the West Coast to our state. East and Central Tennessee enjoying the biggest gains in U-Haul arrivals. Top growth cities include Knoxville, the Tri-Cities, Cookeville, Clarksville, Cleveland, Murfreesboro, and Maryville, Tennessee. Arrivals of one-way U-Haul rentals into the state of Tennessee jumped 12%, while departures rose only 9% in 2019. With that disparity, that catapults them up the charts. Arrivals accounted for 50.6% of all one-way U-Haul traffic in Tennessee. Now, you go back just a year before, Tennessee was ranked like number 12. I don't know what has prompted so many to say, yeah, Tennessee's the place to go. All right. While U-Haul trends do not correlate directly to population or economic growth, the company's growth data is a pretty good gauge of how well cities and states are attracting and maintaining residents. So let's take a quick look at the top 10 for growth, people moving into the state from somewhere else. With Tennessee at number 1, we mentioned Texas, Florida. Ohio was number 4. Arizona at number 5, followed by Colorado, Missouri, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia. Georgia ranks number 10 there. So there's your top 10. And on down the line, go to the bottom of the list. Now, this is obviously places where people are leaving. California, Illinois, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland. I mean, your bottom 5. A lot of people in the Northeast. New York checks in at 42 on the list. Connecticut was 43. Yeah, getting out of the northeastern tier of the country. Interesting numbers. Thought we'd throw that your way. Our number's 844-844-3388. Let's check in with, is it Demon?
That's me.
What's going on?
Hey, what's it say on the screen?
Damon.
Does it say demon on the screen, actually?
It says Damon. Pretty close.
Getting close, yeah. But I can't imagine why anybody wanted to leave California, Illinois.
You think?
I've done it myself in the past. I lived in Illinois at one time, lived in California at one time. They're exiting Kansas pretty quick, too. Our taxes are ridiculous there, and it's just getting stupid. But I can't imagine why everybody's moving to Colorado. But that's where I'm at right now, and I couldn't live out here.
Yeah.
But did you touch on the fact that they've extended the medical card thing till the end of February? I sent you a link a week or so ago.
It seems like I remember seeing that, but I don't know that I touched on it or not.
Okay, yeah, because and it was December 31st, and then on December 18th or something, they they extended it on out till the end of February now. So if you need a medical card, you've got until the end of February due to COVID and everything. Like I said, it was on CDL Life, I believe, so it was at. But like I said, I didn't know if you'd touched on it. I hadn't listened every night, but I had to get mine renewed the other day, and of course, I went in there and they had the questionnaire for the COVID and everything, and said, "Have you been to any of these states here?" And I just left it blank, and the nurse looked at me and said, "You gonna fill that out?" I said, "Nope, I'm looking at my physical today." I said, "I'm a truck driver." I said, "There's no way I'm gonna sit home for 2 weeks and wait for you to, let me come back in and get my physical."
Wow. Okay.
So
See,
they give me my physical.
you'd say, "Yeah, I've been to all
'cause
these damn states. I've been to every damn one of them."
Yeah, exactly. But I should figure check in and see what the heck was going on. You're doing good, man. But you still need that Miller Lite sign up in there somewhere.
Right.
But anyway,
We got some other
bring
decor
up.
we're going to be bringing in here. I don't know. You think they maybe supply me with some free brewski for advertising? Hey.
Hey, they might. Never know. Have beer truck pull up there to the dungeon or the what do you call it? The bunker.
The bunker.
I bet I couldn't find the damn bunker though. But just pull up, unload, and maybe bring you a big 3-door cooler somewhere, But if it's cold enough outside, you ain't gonna have a cooler. But anyway, there's something else I was gonna bring up, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, you're talking about the numbers. Have they certified the census numbers? Did they finish the census last year due to COVID, or
you
talk about people leaving these states and everything?
I think they did.
How does that?
I'll have to double check. I know that there was still some controversy about, I guess, whoever was heading up the census, trying to rush the numbers out or something. I'll double check.
Right, because I was wondering, with the people leaving, what, if they decided, how many states or how many representatives each state would have yet. I didn't know when they done that, because that could mean a little bit different the next election. If that many people are leaving Illinois and California anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway. Okay, well, like I said, that's all I was going to do is check in real quick. Say good job, and hopefully we can get you on a different platform or something. Have you checked out Rumble? You ever heard anything about Rumble?
I've heard of it.
A YouTube.
I've never checked it out.
I hadn't either. I was talking to Brandon, old Big Sexy, a while ago, and he said something about it. And I heard on Mark Levin's show last night they was talking about that was a platform that a lot of conservatives were going to, but I never checked it out. But maybe it's something that look into.
Okay.
But, anyway. Okay, well, let me let you go. I'm just rambling. So.
Well, good to hear from you. Thanks for
enjoying
checking
the
in.
show, man.
Yep. Thanks for listening in. At least it didn't call you Raymond this time. All right. So apparently, no, the official numbers are not in. The tabulation of the census, not complete. But in the meantime, the Census Bureau did release an estimate of the population as of April 1 of 2020. And that estimate was 332.6 million people. That number was part of a range of estimates. The population numbers do not come from the 2020 census, but the result of what they call demographic analysis, using birth and death records, data on international migration and Medicare records, demographic analysts. It does not include any data from the actual 2020 census. They rely on the responses coming from all of the households. But those estimates are a little different than the annual official population estimates. Now, we start with birth records from 1945 to the year 2020 and account for deaths, immigration, and emigration to each birth cohort. We used Medicare records to develop estimates for those cohorts born before 1945. They'd be 75 years and older. So they try to break it all down. Current and historical birth records are the foundation of their estimates. Total estimate for each cohort is calculated by answering two questions. Who was in birth records from 1945 to 2020 but did not live in the United States as of April 1, 2020? Answer is people who died or were living abroad. And number two, who was living in the U.S. April 1, 2020 but was not in the birth records? The answer would be the foreign-born population, people who migrated to the States from Puerto Rico, and those born abroad of U.S. parents that are now living in the United States. So there's our new number, 332.6 million. I don't know, why it takes so long to get the official tabulation in from the actual census records. It should be pretty simple. Most of it's all, most people filled out their census digitally. I'm trying to remember back. I think I did sit down with the pen and paper thing. All right. With that, it's 844-3388. Looking at 23 past the hour. And back to the calls. Jerry out in Iowa. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not too much. Just hauling groceries. We rented a car a couple of years ago that had that automated steering. It was a Chrysler 300.
And what did you think of that?
Are you still there?
Yeah. What'd you think of
it? It would grab the wheel from you a little bit and put you back on course. But I thought it was a few degrees off of the GPS. So once in a while, it puts you on the rumble strip.
Yeah.
So that was kind of odd.
So using some of the autonomous technology or whatever, the automated stuff, kind of like, I don't know, is there something similar to what Tesla has on their driver assist thing?
Might be. This one was a Chrysler 300, and you could turn it off if it annoyed you.
I mean, if I understand correctly, they're talking about trying to, as this technology grows, that they're looking at maybe trying to mandate some of this technology in all the new trucks.
What? That's scary.
So you weren't real fond of it. In other words, you didn't really care for it.
No, I didn't really care for it.
Okay.
And like I say, it was a few degrees off on the satellite. So, if they didn't have the mapping correct, it could cause an accident.
Well, all righty. Well, hey, Jerry, thanks for checking in. I don't know. Technology continues to grow and grow. So,
when you're talking about the Patriot Party, Hannity was talking about that earlier tonight.
So I'm kind of curious. What Hannity have to say about it? When the guy brought it up to me last night, I felt as though that would really probably just fracture the Republican Party more. Many would go. Many Trump supporters would obviously go with him. But for those in the Republican Party that don't, the Democrats are all going to still stay together, and we'd never be able to. Republicans would never win an election.
Right. I mean, like when Ross Perot did that that really split everything up.
Exactly. Is that what Hannity kind of alluded to? Was he on the same page as that?
Well, he was saying it was to be a conservative party,
Yeah.
and it's you hate to tear apart, but the way the Republican Party is looking, especially with Mitch McConnell,
well, I guess you can't put it past Donald Trump to do something like that, because he knows that his dedicated followers, a majority of them are not blaming him for what transpired on January the 6th, like Mitch McConnell and some others in the Republican Party are trying to say. And
that crew did that before he was even finished with his speech. He was still giving his speech when they attacked the Capitol.
Well, and then after the fact, the FBI actually came out a couple days later and said that their evidence shows this was a pre-planned. It was a premeditated. Many of those, the advisory had gone to the Capitol Police from whether it was the FBI or the Pentagon, days before that rally. They offered to send some assistance in. They knew that this kind of stuff was being planned. So, they know it was not Donald Trump's fault.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Well, Jerry, hey, again, thanks for checking in this morning about the automated vehicles and the Patriot Party. I don't know. All right, before we get a quick time out here, let me look at, again, the winds. Wow, I don't know how many trucks have been blown over. The winds that toppled trees, knocked out power, and quickly spread a wildfire Tuesday afternoon near Bakersfield, which has been dubbed the Wolf Fire. Has consumed more than 200 acres off State Road 166 in the Wind Wolves Preserve, which is about 95 miles northwest of L.A., Kern County. The gusts also making it difficult for firefighters to control smaller brush and vegetation fires in northern parts of the state. About 120 homes were under evacuation in Santa Cruz County with a couple of fires there. Red flag warnings for L.A., Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo through the night tonight. National Weather Service offices in California had received more than 100 reports of wind damage, 250,000 homes without power as of Tuesday afternoon. In addition to the outages caused by the weather, Pacific Gas and Electric warned they could cut power to another several thousand customers to reduce the risk of wildfires. California Edison shut off power to about 30,000 customers and said they were considering shutoffs for another maybe 269,000 to lessen the fire danger. All right, so look at some of the photographs, a.k.a. the Weather Channel and whatnot. So, and they go through a number of smaller blazes, but tractor trailers on their side, yes. State Route 118 in Simi Valley this past afternoon. Overturned tractor trailers shutting down roadways out there. So be careful. Winds are going to continue through the overnight, early morning hours into Wednesday. Should begin to dying down later on this afternoon. And with that, it is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So typically, Inauguration Day is considered an historic day for any new administration. The peaceful transition of power here in the United States. And most times, where schools are in session, it's an educational thing. As students learn how the system works. But maybe not the case in 2021. Not necessarily because of COVID, but there are numerous school districts around the country saying that they are not going to live stream Joe Biden's inauguration because they want to shield the students from potential violence. Do what? You know, they might see something bad happen. Can't let them see that. KRLD reports some Texas independent school districts are worried about potential unforeseen disruption because of threats from extremist groups. The Plano School District said they will not show the swearing-in ceremony in the name of, quote, protecting their young adults in an effort to ensure equitable access in learning experiences. According to Breitbart, one teacher in Keller School District spoke to NBC's Dallas Fort Worth affiliate that parents were informed that the inauguration would be recorded, then edited, and not be shown live to students. At least one parent with a son in that district questioning that approach. And I would as well. This is history. Regardless of what happens, I mean, the possibility of violence is there at any point in time. So if you think that's a realistic possibility, Well, why aren't we having conversations before the event, talking to our children? School workers said the decision to not live stream came following the riot on January the 6th. Is there the possibility of there being violence or something that may traumatize a child? Especially one where we don't know what other traumas they've been exposed to. According to one child psychologist, being able to see conflict and discuss how, if we disagree or not agree with how the conflict was handled, how they're voicing their disagreements. Dallas Morning News says Richardson School District is planning to increase their police presence amid concerns of potential unrest surrounding the inauguration. Really? The actions our young people have seen play out on the media have been difficult to process. We want our students to know that we're here and we're going to keep them safe. Now, the Radford, Virginia School District will be actually closed for the day today, citing rumored violent protest in many states, as well as the District of Columbia. So that school district says everybody stay home. All right, well, we had the same sort of warnings coming out all week last week about protests on Saturday, protests on Sunday. Yeah, but the violence that did not unfold. So I don't know what they're anticipating later today. I guess we'll all kind of watch, wait, and see together, right? What's going on, Beaver Squeezer?
Well, good morning to you, sir. Thank you for taking my call. I was pretty lit last night when I called you.
Oh, boy.
And, but I was hoping to catch you. Can I touch just a little bit on your last segment about the exodus out of liberal states?
Correct. Yes, certainly.
What's going on in our news cycle, I live here in North Alabama, and what's happening in our news cycles, our local news cycles, is if you have acreage, lots, or anything, please let your realtor know they're for sale. And there's a waiting list to purchase acreage. And contractors, home builders, are saying there's a waiting list to build new homes. You know, so I think there might be something to your last segment of that people are trying to get away from those Democrat states.
Yes.
And I just, you know, you mentioned Tennessee, and I live here in North Alabama, and of course, you know, Donald Trump's Space Force, Huntsville, Alabama, Redstone Arsenal, you know, that's the home base of that now. Of course, we have NASA and Marshall Space Flight Center. That was a no-brainer to begin with. And we have a lot of new industry coming in. I won't mention their names, but, you know, we have three major new industries coming in that are nationally and world known. So, but there's waiting lists in North Alabama. If you plan on moving here, first thing you need to learn how to say is roll tide.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing you need to know is it's going to be a while before you get a chance to even buy some land. And then you got to go on a waiting list to build a house. And that was my 2 cents worth. I just want to throw that in there. I'm enjoying your show tonight.
Well, what'd you think about that Alabama victory there? How about that?
No, we're used to it, brother.
What really?
Does bother me?
Oh boy.
What does bother me now is they're trying to change the rules again. You know, they're wanting a commissioner for college football. They're wanting to cap how many 4- and 5-star players that Southeast schools can recruit. We're a little embarrassed by Tennessee right now. Of course, you're probably aware Tennessee's Oh my goodness, how can you be so bonehead as Tennessee, the University of Tennessee? They fired their whole football program this last week. You cannot give a McDonald's bag full of cash and to recruits and say, "Come play for me." So I think we're a little embarrassed by that.
I guess so.
And this is on the heels of Old Miss. Old Miss, they just, the NCAA just slapped them on the back of their head 2 years ago. But I'm an Alabama fan, and you give me a Roll Tide right quick.
A Roll Tide? Roll
Just say,
Tide.
Roll Tide, roll. Yeah.
Now, Big Ed will be
I'm
jumping
on
my case for
Facebook.
that. He's going to be calling and saying, Boomer, Sooner.
Yeah. Well, they've got a heck of a program up there. And I hope Bama never sees. Oh, yeah. I hope they never see Oklahoma again. Anyways, thank you for taking my call. But I just wanted to touch on the exoduses, and there's a waiting list for everything in North Alabama. And I'm talking about, from Birmingham north. If you plan on moving here, you're not going to be able to get any land, and you're going to be on a waiting list for land, and you're going to be on a waiting list to build a house. And we don't have enough housing for everything that's happening here.
Wow.
But but thank you for bringing that up in your show. And I'm going to get out of your way. I know you have other callers.
All right. There you go. The Beaver Squeezer. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
And, of course, she won't be a stranger. It's about 17 before the hour. And, lines are. We got plenty of room. Lines wide open at 844-3388. You mentioned college football. Let's move over to back to the NFL. We were talking last evening about the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, and all the NFL world, all eyes are watching after he suffered a concussion last weekend against the Browns. He's made some progress since Sunday. This past day, ESPN reported that Mahomes did clear some big steps this week, but he is still in the concussion protocol. He still has steps to go through to clear the protocol in the coming days, but there's hope and optimism considering he's expected to practice later today. Recalling where he went down what appeared to be a routine option play, but struggled to stand up on his own when he tried to get up. So he seemed woozy. And regardless, he is in concussion protocol. It's a 5-step program you have to go through, 5 distinct steps. I don't know. I guess he's now crossed 2, maybe I think that would be the 3rd when you're allowed to actually get back out and practice. So that's the main concern, according to Coach Reed this past day. If he can't start, that's going to be big when it comes to the wagering world, the odds in Las Vegas. Yeah, betting on teams. If your quarterback's out. All right, Mike posted a funny. He said, Steve, the only way they could get more than 1,000 people to attend Biden's inauguration was to call in the National Guard. That's pretty good. Yeah, because you got 25,000 National Guard there. You're right. Look at all the thousands in attendance for the Joe Biden inauguration. All right, there was a statement from the press secretary this past evening regarding some of the executive grants of clemency and whatnot. And we shared some of that list that Reuters reported late this past evening. I guess The number is now, President Trump granted pardons to 73 individuals and commuted the sentences of an additional 70 individuals. So I guess we're getting details on a whole lot more of who got a get out of jail card, free card. A full pardon to Todd Bollinger, supported by numerous friends as well as by past and present business associates. He pled guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit honest services fraud. A veteran of the U.S. Army Reserves, he was honorably discharged, so a bunch of names I don't recognize. Representative Rick Renzi, full pardon to that guy, which was supported by a number of other representatives. Any names we do recognize? Jamie Davidson. Yeah, I'll go through the full list, see if any significant names pop up there, but yeah, it's kind of get out of jail free day, last day of the presidency, and that is not uncommon. Of course, they say, every president does this sort of thing in their final days in office. And they're doing like a comparison. How does Donald Trump's list of pardons match up to some of the other presidents over the years? Our number is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, Representative Waltz says, in regards to Donald Trump's time in office, this is a Florida representative, and he says, this largely partisan vote to impeach Trump a second time is completely politically driven. He said, I've seen shoplifters get more due process than the President of the United States. Not one single hearing, not even an investigation yet. There's still so much to learn about what happened, who was actually behind it, pre-planned, pre-organized, regardless of what the president said. No investigation, no hearing, no trial, not even an opportunity to defend yourself. I mean, we're talking zero due process, and now we're going to go over to the Senate and try to convict someone who's going to be out of office. Who said his supporters a peaceful transfer? Well, he's going to leave. This is all completely politically driven, and it's just pouring fuel on a fire, the fire of division in this country right now. If Joe Biden was one iota of serious about trying to unify the country and move it forward, he would put a stop to this. And he can. He can put a stop to this. Now, Representative Waltz is a former Army Special Forces or Green Beret officer, currently serving as a colonel in the U.S. National Guard. He had that one of the first responsibilities of Republicans will be to defend Trump's tenure in office. First thing we're going to have to do, come together and agree. We have to defend Donald Trump's legacy. He transformed this party into the working man's party, into the forgotten men and women's party, whether that was free trade deals, helping the farmers, standing up to China, bringing back manufacturing jobs with a new NAFTA deal. Now, everyone should be looking at the things that he had done positively. He did it. Not to mention tax reform, justice reform, rebuilding the military, bringing us closer to our greatest ally in the Middle East, a.k.a. Israel. Middle East peace fourfold across a number of countries. He stood up to Iran. The list is so extensive and impressive, given what was thrown at him over the last 4 years. And yes, Representative Waltz But you know, when mainstream media is going through the whole process of looking at the transition, when coverage gets underway later this morning, not one piece of that, not one iota of accomplishments of Donald Trump over the past 4 years will be mentioned by them. They'll be giving accolades to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, making the point that they won the election because so many people hate Donald Trump. That's what we're going to hear, but no mention of any accomplishments. And then we'll move on to the immediate actions where Joe Biden's expected to proceed with the number of executive orders reversing as much as he possibly can of Trump's accomplishment over the past 4 years. We're going to be doing an about-face. The country's going to be doing a complete turnaround. All right, lines wide open here. Want to jump on board? Here's your opportunity. No wait time. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. I got an email by Steve at hotshotsecret.com. A longtime listener. I go way back with your dad. I hated to hear about Ratchet Jaw passing away. He and I started as green kids pulling for American Red Ball back in 1960. He was truly a character. Do you know if he was still in Washington or was he back in Dayton? Now, that I do not know. He said, I no longer have Moose's phone number. Haven't talked to him in like 20 years. I would like to get in contact with Moose. Like to have any information in regards to services for Ratchet Doll, but all right. Thanks in advance. Keep on keeping on. John, a.k.a. Possum Breath. That wouldn't be the possum breath that used to call way back in the day, would it? Is that you? I remember that voice very well. And one of the original first characters when Truckin' Bozo first started his thing and was playing the music, old Possum Breath. Remember him? Wow. All right, about 7 before the hour. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Said the wait time would be short, so is this Billy?
Hillbilly.
Hillbilly. Okay, yeah, it gets you that way every time, Billy.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't like the hillbilly.
You must have, you're probably going to have to say Hillbilly.
I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't lying about the wait time being short. I think that's the shortest ever waited for your show ever. I did go on YouTube this evening and subscribe to the page. So you got one more vote down.
Thank you very much. We got to get those numbers up.
How many numbers you got to have?
They had to have 1,000 subscribers. I think it was up. It was about 550 this past afternoon, early in the afternoon.
No, I got you. I didn't look see how many it was. The reason I called, did you see on the news today where they took about 20 of the National Guards out because they were worried that they might be conspiracy to start something?
Yes, I did see that. I think I've got the story over here somewhere.
Yeah, I was watching the news last night, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Because, besides what your personal opinion is, first thing you got to do is defend the Constitution. And almost every soldier I know, that's what they'll uphold first.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
their orders.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think it's just kind of disgraceful in my book what they did there. And two, the media's going to be talking about, the only thing they're going to be saying about Trump is that he's not there. There ain't no reason he has to be there. Is there?
Well, no, it's just it's tradition. What they're trying to say is he the only president that hasn't attended an inauguration since, I don't know, over 100 years or something?
Yeah, but like I said, he doesn't have to be there. So, I mean, what's the fuss all about? He's trying to, maybe that's just way to keep it peaceful. He ain't going to be there. If you know what I'm saying. They can't say he didn't start.
Well, he sure as hell can't be the one inciting anything, right?
That's right. But I also seen where Melania Trump was praising the truck drivers on her farewell speech. You catch that one too?
I can't say that I did.
Yeah, look at her farewell speech. She mentioned the truck drivers.
Oh,
and all their hard
yeah.
work and all the other.
I'm sorry. I saw that one earlier. Yeah, I did mention that.
I was kind of like honored that get mentioned by the first lady.
First
you know
lady.
What I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah.
No, but that's all I got, Steve. I'm fixing to go through the Queen City and head for Columbus for my load.
Thank you for checking in, Hillbilly. Have a good morning. Be safe out there, and we'll chat again sometime. There you go. All right, that frees up another line. Again, short wait time. It's 844-844-3388. So it's not the first time, or it's not the only time, Donald Trump not attending the election. This will be, the latest example. This would be, I think, at least the fourth occurrence. He announced back on the 8th that he's not going to attend. Vice President Mike Pence did say he will be there today. But it's kind of rare company. At least the fourth example, as I mentioned, of a president who did not attend his successor's swearing in. But you've got this polarized political climate right now. After a contested presidential election following Presidents John Adams, the second U.S. president, John Quincy Adams, the 6th president, Andrew Johnson, the 17th president, and the first to be impeached. All three were also one-term presidents. It might, later today, kind of violate the social norms. But, as Hillbilly said, it does not violate the Constitution. The Constitution does not require an outgoing president to attend an incoming president. The presence of the outgoing president has kind of come to be seen as important because of what it represents. For example, Woodrow Wilson, when he was in poor health after a debilitating stroke, accompanied his successor, Warren Harding, on a ride to the Capitol, even though he was not well enough to attend the outdoor ceremony. But the image of the past president and the present president it's an image of the continuity of government, the peaceful transfer of power, as they call it. It kind of symbolizes something important, the functioning of our democracy. What's going on in America right now shapes how we view the importance of attending the inauguration. So he's going to take a lot of flack for not being there. But the three notable times when a president did not attend his successor's inauguration. There's not enough known about why Martin Van Buren did not attend William Henry Harrison's inauguration in 1841. But they've got the example of John Adams back in, that was 1801. John Quincy Adams, 1829. Andrew Johnson, 1869. So it hasn't happened in a long, long time. We can give him that. All right, we'll be crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast as we roll into the early hours of a Wednesday hump day. Great to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. Much more to come. Hope you'll help us get through the morning. Dial us up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra low ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
My turn again already, huh? All right, back at it. What are we looking at here on a Wednesday? I guess this would maybe kind of go under industry headlines because we talk a lot about autonomous vehicles, new technology, how trucking is going to change dramatically over the coming years. Latest announcement, not in the trucking sector, but in the for the general population. Microsoft is rolling the dice, betting the General Motors driverless car and electric vehicle technology will soon, they tell us, be mainstream. I don't know. How soon is soon? Department of Transportation says this stuff's still years away. But in an announcement Tuesday, the software giant said they're teaming up with General Motors and the self-driving car subsidiary Cruise to speed up commercializing autonomous cars. They will join investors, GM, Honda, and other institutional investors in a combined equity investment of more than $2 billion. That's a big investment. That giant investment will bring Cruise's valuation to $30 billion, a big jump from the $19 billion valuation back in the spring of 2019. So a lot growing. It's part of the mega deal. Cruise will leverage Azure, Microsoft's cloud, and edge computing platform to try to commercialize their unique autonomous vehicle solution. The advances we're seeing in digital technology are redefining every aspect of our work and life, including how we move people and goods. According to Microsoft's CEO, as Cruise and GM's preferred cloud, we will apply the power of Azure to help them scale and make autonomous transportation a mainstream thing. How about that? As part of the announcement, GM and Microsoft will also be their preferred cloud partner to accelerate their digitalization, their digitizing initiatives. The Hill noted that the Cruise recently started testing their autonomous vehicles in San Francisco without a backup driver in the driver's seat. And they're actually working on launching a driverless ride-hailing service, the likes of like an Uber sort of thing. Need a lift? You see the day when your Johnny cab pulls up, right? Ain't nobody behind the wheel except that computer. I'm the kind of person who's just still not confident that I'd want to get into a vehicle without a driver. I'm just not there yet. Okay, horse feathers. He said, hey, the 8th president to the 9th president inauguration, that was Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren was no dummy. He wasn't going to stand out in the cold, freezing rain for an 8,000 to 9,000 word speech, get soaked to the bone and get pneumonia. He went home and was sitting by a nice warm fire. Well, that's probably where Donald Trump would rather be, sitting by a nice warm fire later today. What's going on, Philip?
Just driving to work on I-4. How you doing, bud?
Hanging with him. Another day.
It's funny you were talking about that autonomous. I think we're about maybe 15 years away from that. I don't think it's going to be full autonomous by then, but I think it's going to be out there. They've already got everything else controlled by a computer. Why not control steering? So, what do you think about that?
Right. I'm not, like I just said, I'm very skeptical of that stuff.
Yeah, I never thought I'd ever see a 90,000 pound vehicle drive itself, but I've seen it for the last 7 years now, and I've been doing it for 6 of that 7. So I mean, it's something to get used to. I can tell you that much. When you're operating a vehicle and it's doing all the work and everything, I mean, it takes a lot to get used to seeing things that, that you're not supposed to, you're supposed to be doing instead of the machine's doing it.
Computers screw up all the time, I mean, we've had issues here. I mean, you got glitches, computers that are supposed to save this or save that. And, when you're talking about an 80,000-pound vehicle and the computer screws up, that's not going to be a pretty thing.
Well, basically, you're going to be hovering over an e-stop. Basically, you push the button and stop it, try to. But that ain't going to help you when you're right on somebody in a traffic situation.
Right.
And they've got supposedly LiDAR technology and all this stuff they're working on now for the trucks. I know they've already set up production for their stuff. But basically the driver's just going to sit back and be there in case something, like you said, the computer goes awry. But I don't know. I mean, the truck, it's going to take a lot of getting used to. I can tell you that much. I mean, but if you look at it now, these transmissions they got now, they're automatic. That's already part of the autonomous stuff already taken over. The only thing the driver's steering it basically and controlling the power right now, but that can be taken care of by a computer too. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, I've been driving. Our trains are automated. I've been driving them. I was in the testing for our automation, and there's a lot of things that we can do to when the computer does go awry that we can take over and control it. Well, I mean, we still control it. We can control it manually like we used to do back in the day. But I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking 15 years. I mean, they say 10, but they've tested it down here in Tampa already on this one section of road that's an elevated road. They ran a truck back and forth for days on end, seeing it drive itself. But that's going in a straight line. I want to see what that thing does on a hill or in a curve or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Well, based on the way
technology
has advanced so rapidly, it's just that little device, that little device that I'm holding in my hand, aka a smartphone. They say this little thing has more computing power, more computing ability than the computers in the Apollo missions had.
Yeah. You know what? And they're right in some of that, but I can tell you what, some of the hardware still is huge in some of that stuff. I mean, that's the big thing. They're scaling down the hardware. I mean, the hardware for our trains is still pretty big. I do know that, you ever seen just a normal freight train when you sit at a railroad crossing and see a normal freight train go by?
Yeah.
Those will be autonomous probably within 10 years. I know the rail industry, they want to go all autonomous with it. But they're not going to go unmanned operation though. They want to go. They're going to have to keep an engineer in there to keep an eye on it.
I mean, right
like
now,
aren't
they required? I mean, I think the rails have to have two people, an engineer, and then I guess one other guy or whatever. But I know they were wanting to go down to one person, but I guess the safety groups were pushing back against that. What if the one guy running the damn thing has a heart attack or a stroke and there's nobody there to back him up, right?
Yeah, well, generally on a freight train, you have an engineer and you have a conductor. And that conductor is basically, he's the backup guy, so to speak. I mean, he doesn't drive the train per se, but he takes care of all what's been loaded and all that on the train, but he also watches a lot of the other things that are going on with the vehicle. So, but that's pretty much all it is in the freight industry. But it's going to convert over. All the rail's going to be converted over. That's a government mandate, from what I understand. I know that's why they made us do it. The passenger trains are all going to be automated before it's over with. The only thing is, like in San Francisco, and they had an issue in San Francisco, they had a guy working on the rail on the track in San Francisco, and the autonomous train came along and took him out. But there was nobody to stop it.
Right.
It was I believe it was an unmanned one. And that's the big thing. I mean, like you were talking about the lift rides, you know, you've got unmanned technology and you got a manned person where you know, somebody's in there actually watching it. Have you ever flown into Orlando Airport, Steve?
Orlando, I have. Yes, indeed I have. A couple of times on cruises.
Okay, so you got out of the airplane, and then they have the little tram that takes you up to the main terminal.
Right.
Have you ever?
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely, yes.
That tram is totally unmanned. That takes you to the terminal building.
Wow.
And it runs on tires. It doesn't run on a track. It runs on tires. Now it has a line down the middle that runs it to the terminal building. That the computer follows a line basically. But yeah, that's just, you're only going maybe half a block or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the small side of it, but it can be put into a bigger deal. The Tesla is going to be the one that's going to have the rig out there first, I think, before any of the rest of them, to be quite honest. They've already used their rigs to move their cars. When they had shortages on their cars last year, they were moving their cars with their rigs in California. There's some pretty interesting articles. Check that out if you get a chance to check out the Tesla semi. Musk and those guys have put a lot of work in that. They've actually got the factory and production up. So
that's what I hear.
Well, I'm going to let you go, bud. You have a good one, man.
Thank you for checking in. As always, Philip, have a great day. Be safe, and we'll look forward to next time. Who sent me the link here? Was it James? I think it was. Flip over to the email, get the right page here. Yeah, James, he says, this is how they will steal every election forevermore. And according to the Federalist Papers, the Senate Democrats unveiled their first bill signaling a new Congress has started this past day. The bill will be called For the People Act of 2021. For the People. It will be broken into 3 sections: voting rights, campaign finance, and ethics. The bill dictates 6 sections to promote, here we go, things that I have absolutely no confidence in whatsoever. We're looking at, if you think mail-in voting was a bad thing, wait till we go to the internet. We're going to promote internet registration. The bill will force all states to change their voter registration laws to allow for people to register to vote online, including the use of the internet to update registration information, provision of election information by electronic mail to individuals registered to vote, clarification of requirement regarding necessary information to show eligibility to vote. It will prohibit states from requiring applicants to provide more than the last 4 digits of their Social Security number. Right now in D.C., they're checking the political affiliation of the National Guard members that they've sent to protect Congress and Biden, yet they want to prohibit states from requiring applicants to provide anything more than the last 4 digits of their Social Security number. In fact, the new bill allows for the applicant to prove you're a valid voter by simply completing the information, the application, and swearing you entered it correctly. Nowhere in the bill does it say the applicant has to prove with a photo ID they are who they say they are. You talk about an opportunity for foreign interference in an election. And you know these foreign, the Russias, the Chinese, the North Koreas, the Irans, you know they're going to be looking to get into these systems. Now, even if the applicant requires a Social Security number, Congress wants to lower the requirement to the last 4 digits. After what we just came through and all the doubt and theories surrounding the outcome of the 2020 election, the American people were begging for election reform. Well, this sure as hell is not what we were expecting. I mean, we wanted stricter voter ID laws, a halt in using mail-in ballots. We want secure elections, and Democrats give us a bill that's going to turn every state into Georgia and Pennsylvania. It's like leaving the barn door open and telling the cows it's safer this way because it's fairer to the wolves. The bill requires states to adopt automatic voter registration at participating agencies. For example, when handling business at the DMV, you will be automatically registered to vote unless you manually opt out. How many millions of Americans will be unknowingly registered to vote? The bill also wants to federal mandate states allow same-day registration for voters wishing to vote in federal elections. Well, we saw the havoc that happened in states like Wisconsin that allows same-day registration. If this thing passes, you'll be allowed to show up to vote as late as Election Day and still be able to register to vote. Section 1041 makes it harder for us to purge the voter rolls of illegal and ineligible voters by refusing to allow voters' rolls to go through an interstate cross-check and by refusing any cross-check removals from the voter rolls within 6 months of the election. They want to allow felons to vote. If you're not actively serving in a federal prison, you can vote. It doesn't matter if you're a child molesting murderer that steals from cancer charities. Democrats believe you're still a productive member of society. Therefore, you should be able to vote and change policies affecting members of society that manage not to fall down a path that turned them into a child molesting murderer that steals from cancer charities. Big portion of the bill increases what they're calling the gem of the Democrat voting cake, expanding vote by mail and electronic application, allowing voters to register and request a mail-in ballot without ever having to prove in person who you are. It's called the For the People Act. It also makes it illegal for someone to knowingly make false statements regarding federal elections. For example, if the mainstream narrative is that Donald Trump won in 2016, but Hillary Clinton for 4 years claims that Trump won the election with the help of the Russian government, the United States government can come in and arrest her for making a false statement about a federal election. If you ever have any doubts about an election in the future, it will now be illegal for you to raise those doubts. Wow. Talk about cancel culture. Talk about censorship. What would we be able to talk about? I guess we wouldn't be allowed to talk about elections anymore, would we? But that's the direction we've been going. That's the way all the big media outlets are trying to go. The narrative only goes one way. That's the first bill unveiled for the new Congress. Does that give you a little sense, a little taste of what may be coming down the pike in the next 4 years? Oh, just wait till we get a chance to discuss what unfolds in the next 24 hours. Now, by the time we come in here and roll into the Thursday morning program, we'll see just how much Joe Biden, with the stroke of a pen, does today, taking this country, well, in the wrong direction as far as I'm concerned. We're going backwards. All right, so there you have it. It's 844-844-3388. We got to get a quick break here, and I'll return with more, get back with more of your calls, all just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Tried something new this past day. First time ever. Actually got on the computer, went to Grubhub, got me some Buffalo Wild Wings. Didn't have to leave the house. Stay home, COVID-19. Yeah, a few days ago, the county that I reside in here in Ohio went to the color code purple for the very first time. That's That's like the highest level on their chart of levels, signifying the COVID is pretty rapidly spreading, the number of people coming back positive. So trying to avoid going out. Now we've been doing the whole using the click list for Kroger. You place the order, you go up there and just let them know you're there, and they bring it out, put it in your trunk. I did the Grubhub thing. I guess the only drawback that I could say was I ordered at 1 in the afternoon, and it was 1:30. 1:30 ordered, and it was 2:40. Took an hour and 10 minutes to get here. Food, definitely not hot. It was still kind of warm. That's why I've kind of avoided doing the whole, if you're going to order from Mickey D's or whatever, I mean, hell, you could go to the drive-thru, and as soon as they hand you the damn bag out the window, you got a cold cheeseburger. This day and age, I don't get it. Used to be able to get a hot burger. This is because they pre-make all these patties and everything, and they sit them in the warmer drawer. You throw a lukewarm patty on a cold bun, then put some cold pickles and cold ketchup and cold mustard, and it's a cold sandwich. But I digress. The wings were good. Let's get back to the calls here this morning, and I believe we've got the Eagle on the line. Hello, Eagle.
Okay, how you doing, Steve? Hey, listen, Steve. I don't know if you've been into detail. I just woke up about an hour ago. I don't know if you discussed this or not, so I'm gonna bring it up. I got a message on my phone a few minutes ago. About an hour ago at 12 o'clock, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people probably got the same message if they have Fox downloaded on their phone. It said that Donald Trump had pardoned all of these people, but Donald Trump, he decided not to pardon, and I hope it's not true, he decided not to pardon himself and his family. That's a very bad mistake that Donald Trump made right there. Very bad. He should have pardoned himself and his family, because the Pelosi, they're already coming after him with this bogus impeachment process. Can you explain to me why Donald Trump didn't pardon himself and his family?
Best I can tell you, Eagle, is the advice that he had been getting from like legal counsel or whatever advised him not to do that.
Yeah, but I'm asking why? Because what is the reasoning of not doing that? Because these people are going to come after Donald Trump. They don't want him to run for president in 4 years. He should have been the first person on that list that he pardoned. Was himself, and especially his family. Jared Kushner, his wife, Ivanka, and Donald Trump Jr. He made a very bad mistake by not pardoning his family.
I mean, if you pardon yourself, aren't you essentially kind of saying aren't you admitting you did something wrong? I mean, he stands on the fact that he did not do anything wrong.
Well, you already see how that goes, Steve, with the Democrats. He doesn't have to do anything wrong. Donald Trump is already going to be on their list, whether he did anything wrong or not. You already know that. I'm just saying that he should have done that as a backup plan. Okay, well if he's not going to pardon himself, why not his family? Why not Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, and his Jared Kushner? Why can't he pardon them individuals?
Yeah, well,
he, like I said, he made. But listen, as far as I know, I don't even think he pardoned Rudy Giuliani. They're going to come after Rudy Giuliani, too, and Lynn Wood, and the other lawyer that was representing Donald Trump. Donald Trump should have pardoned everybody he could get his hands on tonight. He pardoned rappers, this idiot named Lil Wayne and this other guy, he, like I said, I'm disgusted at what I heard when I woke up tonight. I really thought that Donald Trump was going to go ahead and pardon himself and his family. I think that's a bad move, because if you listen to, I listened to, what's his idiot's name, Chuck Schumer today, the words came out of his mouth today. So it's not a fairy tale. It's not a dream. He said that their goal was to make sure Donald Trump never steps in the White House again. Did you hear when he said that?
I didn't hear that. No.
Well, he said that was one of the reasons why they're doing this so-called bogus impeachment is because they don't want Donald Trump to run for president again. He wants to eliminate him from the presidential process in 2024.
I believe that's the rationale behind it. Yeah, because I mean, but I mean, legally, according to the, if you want to listen to the constitutional experts, the Congress does not have the authority constitutionally to proceed with an impeachment trial. You know, once he exits, I mean, he's no longer president at the noon hour today. So that'll be interesting to see where that goes. I mean, they're making it sound like they're going to do it anyway.
I don't think it's going to go nowhere, Steve, because I listened to the Mark Levin show, and Mark Levin is one of the best experts on the Constitution and going around. And he said that they have a bogus claim that you can't impeach a man that's out of office. That's saying that they can impeach. You know, he made a comparison to people like me and you. That's like impeaching me and you, and we never even been in the White House, so they can disqualify us from being president, and we're not even in office. So it's the same thing with Donald Trump. As of at 12 o'clock today, he's a free man, a U.S. citizen. I mean, a regular civilian again. And you can't impeach a regular civilian from what Mark Levin is saying. So they're wasting their time. Like I told you last week, wasting a lot of time and money. They got more important things. But let me talk about this right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you. I talked to you the other night about this caravan that was making their way towards the United States. And Lindsey Graham, I don't like Lindsey Graham. I don't like nothing that he stands for. But at least he was man enough to speak up and say that that Joe Biden needs to make it real clear to these people in Honduras and Guatemala and anybody in Central America that they are not welcome in the U.S. They cannot just bogart their way into this country. We are under a pandemic right now. We have 400,000 people dead right now. We can't take on another 10, 20, 30, 50,000 individuals that we don't know if these people have the virus. We don't know nothing about these people. We cannot allow this many individuals into the United States at this point in time. It's just a matter of health and safety. There's not enough money to test all these. Do you really think that they can test all these individuals, 10, 15, 20,000 people bogarting their way into the country to see if they had a deadly coronavirus? This is a very dangerous game, and Joe Biden, whether he likes Donald Trump or whether he likes his policies or not, he needs to enforce that policy that Donald Trump, and I ain't talking about continuing the construction of the wall. I'm talking about continuing the process of people coming in the country legally like Donald Trump set up. Joe Biden owes that to every American in this country to do it the right way and not to just go for instant voter registration is what they basically want to do, because the more of them individuals you let in, they figure they're going to vote for them in 2024 and here on out. And it doesn't work that way. You're playing with American lives when you play that game, because, like I said, the virus is out there and it's getting more and more dead. We just hit 400,000 individuals dead today, and they talking about by February it could be 500. Joe Biden needs to make the right move and tell these individuals that they're not welcome in the U.S. at this time. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Yeah, it's sadly to say, I believe 24 hours from now, much of that immigration policy will no longer be in place. Yeah, the sweeping changes that are going to be taking place between, the inaugurations at the noon hour. So, you give it a couple hours and he immediately goes in there and starts signing off on documents. They got a stack of stuff ready for him to go when he's officially president of the United States. All right, I was doing a little research in regards to, because we've been hearing the rumors of could Trump actually pardon himself. Media reports quoting several sources say he had suggested to aides that he was, I guess, considering a pardon for himself. He tweeted in the past that all agree the U.S. president has the complete power to pardon. Now, to some experts, this would be like a judge presiding over their own trial. Others, though, say Mr. Trump may be correct. Not to say it would be a good idea. The right of U.S. presidents to issue pardons is enshrined in the Constitution. Article 2, Section 2, Clause number 1, presidents have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. So in practice, a president could offer clemency or a commutation, like reducing a prison sentence. A president can also offer a full pardon, in essence, an official statement of forgiveness for a crime. And individuals do not have to be charged or convicted to receive a pardon. And a president cannot pardon people over state-level crimes. But in the context of the Russia investigation, Mr. Trump could grant immunity to aides or family members, limiting Mr. Mueller's scope. But the next question, could he pardon himself? The short answer is we don't know. Given the short wording, but the broad application of the Constitution and the fact that there is no real precedent for a U.S. leader issuing such a pardon. Some experts say he could not. There was an opinion issued by the Justice Department just days before Richard Nixon's resignation that he could not pardon himself under the fundamental rule that no one may be a judge in his own case. Justice Department was right. That guidance could be found in the enduring principles that no one can be both the judge and the defendant in the same matter, and that no one is above the law. Others say the Constitution does not preclude a self-pardon. A self-pardon might be outrageously improper, but the response the Constitution creates for such misconduct is impeachment, a political rather than a criminal remedy. Would it actually help him? Final question. While there's differing opinions among experts about whether Trump could pardon himself, there's more consensus that such a move would be full of difficulties. Jonathan Turley, the professor at George Washington University Law School, said that would raise questions, serious questions about what they would call an abuse of power. It would also not apply to possible state charges, but only federal charges. That they also argue if Mr. Trump pardoned relatives, he might actually open himself to the risk of being charged with obstruction of justice. If he were to pardon himself, questions would follow about whether it's valid, and it could possibly end up at the Supreme Court, they say. So I'm just assuming that's probably the reason he did not pardon himself or family members in these past few hours. All right, who we got on the line here? Yes.
Hey, well, I usually go by my name, but I got Jolly Green Giant always calling in and using my handle, so I figure I'd use my handle, Sex Maniac.
Oh, the Sex Maniac. Okay.
Yeah. I ain't talked to you. I've talked to you quite a lot, but I just use my name, Kevin, all the time.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah. I was kind of interested in them headphone set you've been talking about. I ain't never heard of them.
Well, some of the best on the market. I'm glad you brought that up because, the boss man there, I think we're going to be giving away some of those sets here in the coming days. We're going to try to figure out how we should do our giveaway. We're trying to come up with a little gimmick. Based on the way the phone lines work here, we can't do the whole caller number 7 kind of thing like we used to do on when you had normal phones. So we got to find a unique way to do a giveaway.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. It kind of sounded pretty good, or I wanted to check in on them. Or I always run these other ones, but I don't have nothing but trouble out some of them, so I figure I might get up with you. But I remember when Hot Shot Secret come on the very first time. They was down at International. They was doing stuff for international over fuel injectors.
Correct.
To keep from your fuel injectors going out. That's been a few years back, though.
That's what the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator was invented or designed for. It was the big company comes to them with the problem. They find a chemical solution to fix the problem, and that's what Chris developed. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that. He was down there at International in Cincinnati and all over designing that there because everybody was having trouble with their injectors. They kept going out, burning up, and everything. And then Chris come in here and had that going on. So it did help. Yeah. I know it did help. We had problems with our trucks down there at our company. Every time you'd turn around, you'd have an injector go out. The driver would come in and say, hey, something wrong with your truck. It's fired up, and it sits there, out of the exhaust. And I say, oh, well, it's got an injector out, goofballs. Don't you know nothing?
Uh-huh.
But no, I was really interested in them headphones. Oh, yeah, I've been out here with your dad, Bubba Bo. Been down at the truck show with you. I've been out here 44 years, and I'm still hard at it. Ain't got enough sense to get out of it yet.
You got a few miles under your belt there, sex maniac.
Oh, yeah. We sure do. Ain't no doubt. But, yeah, I just figured I might as well call in and use my handle because good old Jolly Green Giant just, told you who I was.
Yeah, he's been calling you out the last couple of nights. Yes, he has. Well, thank you so much for the call. Thank you for chiming in this morning. And
we are sorry, but the show.
There you go. I'm doing my phone reset as we speak. I had to turn that down. So got to make a couple of clicks on the keyboard here. And we'll get things back. So lines are indeed wide open as we head toward that final hour. As we make our way into a Wednesday. We call it Hump Day. All right, look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Middle of January. And, we've been pretty lucky, been saying in recent days. We haven't really seen any big-time Arctic air across much of the Midwest and the Northeast. But AccuWeather said that's about to change as the weather pattern is going to bring rounds of chilly air. And we're going to be triggering some of our lake effect snows and snow showers between now and the weekend. And the colder air may then set the stage for a more extensive snow and ice storm across the Midwest and the Northeast by early next week. Uh-oh. And then the potential for serious cold after that. Well, yeah, that was the individual the other night that said, hey, what am I hearing about the Polar Express or the polar vortex, as they call it. Now, it's going to be colder than it's been in weeks. And temperatures may even dip below average on occasion between now and the weekend. Before we get to Friday, we can look at, what do we see here? We're going to be looking at fresh snow on the ground, allowing temperatures to drop into the single digits and teens across the interior Northeast. Intertwined in the cold weather pattern will be some rather weak but fast-moving storms, clippers that'll swing through the northern plains and the southern Canadian prairies into the northeastern USA. Each of these Alberta clipper-style storms, they're rather weak, they're rather quick-moving, so they don't drop a lot of snow. They'll not have a chance to, say, like, tap into Gulf of Mexico moisture or Atlantic Ocean moisture. But they can grab a small amount of moisture from the open waters there in the Great Lakes, which could make for enhancement of precipitation, enhanced lake effect snows. All right, flurries in the capital. Well, we could see a bit of that this morning. Can't rule it out, they tell us. And according to forecasters, if snowflakes fly during inauguration ceremony today, it would actually be the first time we've seen that in 109 years. How about that? That's pretty impressive. All right, we're rolling toward top of the hour news update, and we're going to get a quick timeout. Hey, I want to jump on board. Our number is 844-844-3388. 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, the miracles of modern technology. Gotta love it. Well, we're back. Phone line's back up. It's 844-844-3388. Okay, what else we got? In several other industry headlines, had a number we haven't had a chance to touch on yet. They should dial this up. So there was a 2017 recall, which was on the heels of recalls in 2009 and 2015, which they say was pretty much just the latest Band-Aid on the ongoing issue with what they call, is it Kitty or KID? K-I-D-D-E, Kitty fire extinguishers? I'm not real familiar, to be honest, but a January 2021 Consumer Reports investigation uncovered through lawsuits and reported complaints that Kitty failed to share information about problems with their products, which actually put consumers at risk. Now, a $12 million settlement has been ordered as part of the consent decree, settling allegations by the Department of Justice. Based on that ruling, Kitty knowingly misled the government about the extent and the scope of their product problems. Kitty is found to have replaced recalled extinguishers with other models that also had been recalled. As a part of the settlement, they say, Kitty did not admit that they violated any federal law. They maintained the replacement units were damaged in transit, and steps were taken to provide working extinguishers with damaged devices. Now, if you currently have a Kitty fire extinguisher that's been recalled, you're encouraged to contact the company to have it replaced immediately. There are 134 different models, apparently, of these fire extinguishers that were part of the most recent recall by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Included fire extinguishers often carried in commercial trucks. Nothing like a fire breaking out, and you pull out the extinguisher, and it ain't no good. Clogging, requiring excessive force to discharge, failing to activate, all listed as potential hazards. Commercial trucks and buses are required by law, of course, to be equipped with at least one fire extinguisher with the Underwriters Laboratories rating of 5 BC or more, or 2 extinguishers with an Underwriters Laboratories rating of 4 BC or more. Now, if you're hauling hazmat, you are required to have an extinguisher with a rating of 10 BC or more. So with 134 different models, there's, and quite honestly, I don't know that I'd even seen anything about fire extinguisher recalls. So, yeah, check that out, because you're better safe than sorry. And tip of the hat, accolades to the Indiana State Trooper who was on hand to help when a truck driver's wife suddenly went into labor while they were on the road. Shortly after the noon hour this past Friday on the Indiana Toll Road near the 52-mile marker, Trooper Thomas Mamie was parked and observed traffic when a semi-truck stopped on the westbound side of the toll road. They made a post from the state police. The male driver exited his truck and ran across the highway towards the trooper. While requesting assistance, he told the trooper that his wife was pregnant and maybe in labor. After advising dispatch to call for an ambulance, the trooper went with the driver to his truck to check on the pregnant female. Upon entering the truck, the officer was greeted by the driver's wife, who said she was in labor. It became quite clear to the trooper there's not enough time to transport the patient to the hospital. That looks like I'm going to be delivering this baby, which they do have some training in that, apparently. The trooper proceeded to assist the woman with her contractions till the EMS arrived on the scene. Baby was delivered within 2 minutes of the paramedics arriving on the scene. Both were taken to the hospital. State police say the mom and baby are fine. The proud parents, later identified as Shaniqua Tayrick and Carl Robertson, have named their newborn baby Malaki Thomas Robertson. His middle name is named after the trooper. All right. Congratulations to the new proud parents, and congratulations to the trooper for assisting on the side of the road. You never know what you're going to face on any given day out there, do you? And lastly, before we get back to your calls, again, which lines are available as we're underway in our final hour, it's 844-844-3388. South Dakota authorities say a truck driver may face charges following a pileup crash involving more than a dozen vehicles that left several hurt on Monday. 13-vehicle pileup shortly before 2 in the afternoon Monday on I-90 in Sturgis, South Dakota. Police say the crash began when a semi-truck traveling east on I-90 near exit 30 failed to slow for a snowplow in the passing lane and a second truck in the right lane. The truck struck the snowplow, then hit a guardrail and crashed into a ditch. Second semi jackknifed, blocking both lanes of eastbound I-90. 3 drivers took to the median to avoid the crashed vehicle. 7 other vehicles, including 2 semi-trucks and a FedEx truck, hit either the guardrail or other vehicles. The truck driver, who failed to slow, and 3 others were taken to the hospital for treatment of minor injuries. Highway Patrol, though, believes that driver inattention was to blame for the crash. Charges could be filed. Obviously, if you had the plows out, weather conditions may have also been a contributing factor to the pileup. Well, yeah. You got the plow on the highway. It's got to be careful around those plows. It is that time of year. All right, we get back at it. Who's next up here? It's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Moose?
Ridge Runner called me and said that that the old possum breath was calling looking for me. I missed that part of it.
I got an email, indeed, from one possum breath, and I said at the time, was that the old possum breath that used to call the show way back in the day?
Oh, that's him. He's still. I lost track of him. I had an email address for him, and it ain't no good anymore because they keep sending it back. But Lord, I haven't talked to him since down at the truck show in 2000.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to find his email, Moose, here, because I've been getting a bunch of emails. I don't think I deleted it. It's got to be here somewhere. But yeah, I could. I don't know if he had his phone number on there or not. Okay, here it is. Old possum breath. I guess I could give you his email address, but that's about it. Because he said I no longer.
I know the old one used to be.
Yeah, he wanted some info, whatever, if you get details about old Ratchet Jaw, and he wants to know about services and whatnot, so I guess he knew both of you guys way back in the day, right?
Oh yeah, we was all the same tribe of brush apes back in the day.
Uh-huh.
We spent a lot of years chasing each other's tail lights.
Now, he was asking if was Ratchetaw still in Washington or was he back in Dayton?
Oh no, he was out in Kent, Washington.
Okay, he was in Washington then. Okay.
Yeah, still out in Kent. Yeah.
So I guess he was wondering that because obviously services would be out in Washington State then when things get to come together.
Yeah, I haven't heard yet, but I assume they will be. I know all of his people he was originally from Dayton, so I don't know if they're going to send him back here or what they're going to do with him yet. But I probably won't find that out till I get a call from out there. His wife's been pretty good about calling me though, so if I know something, I'll pass it along.
All right, Moose. Well, I just jotted your number down, seeing as I've got the email from him. I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll put your phone number in an email and respond to him, and that way he can get in contact with you.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Like I said, it's been a long time since I bent his ear.
He said I ain't talked to him in 20 years. Wasn't he the guy that had that real funky voice and he'd go, was that Possum Breath?
Yeah, I always said sound like he was choking on a pine cone.
Okay, that's him. That's the one, yeah. I don't think I've ever talked to him over all these years. I don't think I've ever spoke to him.
Well, we used to give him grief, see, because what he would do, he would run and buy them prepaid telephone cards. And he'd burn them up calling the radio show. And then when it was time to call dispatch, he didn't have no time left on his card, you know. And we was all the time ragging him about that because he'd burn them. He'd buy them, I think back in the day, they was like $10 for, you know, I forget how many minutes, but you could buy them prepaid calling cards, and he'd burn them calling cards up calling a radio show. And when it was time to go to work, he couldn't talk to nobody.
You're going back way back in time with those calling cards, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would have been about, Lord have mercy, 81, 2, 3, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I know that. I tell you that if you can ever get him on the horn, if you can stand to listen to him, you know, I'm sure his vocal abilities haven't improved over the years. You know, it's kind of like listening to a rusty chainsaw. But if you can ever get him on the phone, ask him about the time. I forget who the other host was, but your old man and he had a bet with somebody, and they plugged up I-75 down there south of Cincinnati for like 25 miles. And old Possum Breath was down there and almost got himself thrown in the clink because the troopers come in there and broke it up because the interstate was backed up. It's something to do. They was in the truck stop or something. I forget now what happened.
I wonder if they were a holding problem. Was that back when they were doing the what they called the watermelon roast? The truck about they said they were holding this thing at the truck stop up there or something, or the rest area, and all these truck drivers started showing up. I think that might have been it.
It might have been, but I know they had traffic backed up to Lexington one direction and almost to Dayton the other direction. And old Possum Breath down there, I guess a state trooper was trying to sneak around him to get up there to find out what was going on. And he was, how you say, having his daily ablution on the catwalk.
Wow.
And yeah, he almost got cited for indecent exposure and littering in the same shot.
Wow.
Like I said, if you ever get a chance to bend his ear a little bit, ask him about the time he mooned Boone County Sheriff down there.
That'll get you in trouble, won't it?
Well, hey, when the traffic stops, you got to do what you got to do.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, man, if you could pass that number along to him, that'd be fantastic. I'd
All
love
right.
to hear from him.
So you'll watch for a call from an unknown caller, and that might be him.
Well, I pick them up anyway because I never know who's calling me. I never look at the thing. The phone's over there in the hole in the dash, and I just tap this button on my ear and answer it. So.
Well, you probably get a whole lot of those. Hey, we're giving you one last opportunity to extend your car warranty.
I tell you the one I get all the time wanting to talk to me about my student loan debt.
Yep.
They want to talk about my student loan debts. I didn't have the heart to tell them that I quit in 8th grade. And I've been a Rhodes Scholar ever since.
Oh, my. All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling back in, Big Moose. That's great. Yeah. Well,
hey.
Yeah.
Keep it between the spotted and the solid.
You've always got good advice, Big Moose. Thank you so much. Yeah, reuniting some old friends. That's what it's all about, right? What do I see here? It's 844-3388. I'm trying to get the scoop here. Somebody sent me a link to the story out of Florida about a 56-year-old doctor in South Florida that died this week. 2 weeks after getting a first dose of the Pfizer COVID vaccine. It may be the nation's first death linked to the vaccine. Health officials from Florida and the CDC are investigating what role the vaccine may have played in the death of Dr. Gregory Michael, a Miami Beach obstetrician who his family says was otherwise in good health. Received his first dose of Pfizer COVID vaccine on December 18th at Mount Sinai Medical Center. According to the post from his wife, 3 days later, small spots began to appear on his feet and hands. He went to the emergency room at Mount Sinai, where he's worked in private practice for 15 years. His blood count was far below normal ranges, and he was ultimately put in the intensive care for 2 weeks. They say doctors tried to raise his platelet count. Experts from all over the country were involved in his care. No matter what they did, the platelets count refused to go up. She did write that Michael was conscious and energetic through the process, but just days before a last resort surgery, he suffered a stroke and died. Now, she's not responding to calls or emails seeking comment. Director of Operations at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office said Michael died sometime between the night of January 3rd and the early morning of January 4th. Completing an autopsy too early to make any conclusions, he says. His samples have been sent to experts at the CDC for testing. And they're also working with the Florida Department of Health. Nothing's finalized. Everything's pending. But this is the first that the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office has investigated where a COVID vaccine is indeed suspected to have played a role in the death. A spokesperson at the CDC said they're investigating only one death, and this would be the only one. They did say they're investigating, but they wouldn't confirm if this was the one or not, but that would have to be it, right? Now, a statement from Pfizer said the company is aware, and they said that it was a highly unusual clinical case. Company is investigating. They don't believe there's any direct connection at this time. It's important to note serious adverse events, including deaths that are unrelated to the vaccine, are unfortunately likely to occur at a similar rate as they would in the general population. We just don't know. But they're going to evaluate the situation as more information becomes available. So he said more than 5 million people have picked up COVID-19 vaccines here in this country. And the CDC and the FDA are monitoring all the data related to vaccine safety. Let's see. One last piece. A report released by the CDC analyzed reactions to the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine of the nearly 2 million doses given out by December 23rd. Only 4,393, what they are calling adverse events, were reported. 175 cases, possibly for severe allergic reaction that can be life-threatening and does occur rarely after vaccination. 21 cases of allergic reaction were found, and 17 people with a documented history of allergies. So they continue to say severe allergic reaction appears to be very rare, but, if you're that 1 in 100,000, you don't want to be the one, do you? All right, back to the phones we go. What I'm seeing on the screen says happy party. Who the heck would that be?
it's Pappy.
Happy party.
Pappy I was going to talk about the pardons. I was going to talk about pardons.
Okay.
Okay. Is this the Honorable Steve Summers?
If you want to call me that, you can, but this would be he.
I figured with Steve, we put this puppy to rest for final. Since Trump's handing out all these pardons, I figured you'd go ahead and sign Monkey Gouger's pardon, and we'll put that puppy to rest. What do you think?
Oh, I think I lost the documentation. I don't know.
Oh, man. What the heck? Listen, I don't think he should have pardoned him. I think that would have just gave the Democrats more ammunition against him. I think they would have just came out and said, hey, he knows he did wrong. He knows he committed a crime by giving that
exactly.
speech. And now he's trying to pardon himself.
That's what I was saying. That's what I told Ego. I said, if you give yourself a pardon, you're kind of admitting guilt to something, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And, hey, I was having trouble sending you emails for some reason. I just keep sending them back saying it failed to go through. But did you get that one document I sent you on the FBI, some of that declassification material that was released?
I don't know that I did. Are you typing my email in there correct?
I thought I was. I was typing it straight off from the little icons there on the site.
Steve at Hotshot.
But anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, listen, one of the declassified documents was from the whole Russia collusion thing, right?
Okay.
There was a FBI agent that went over to London on July 5th of 2016. He interrogated Christopher Steele about the dossier. When he got back to the States, the FBI interviewed him about his findings over there. And this document comes right out and says that the FBI agent came back and said, this is all BS. It's all political. There's nothing else to it. And so they knew this in the early part of July 2016. And they opened up the Crossfire Hurricane on July 31st of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the documents that came out. I tried to send it to you, but maybe you didn't get it.
I haven't got those. Yeah, I'm getting plenty of email from folks, but I ain't seen nothing from Pappy.
Right. Yeah, them fire extinguishers too. I'll tell you what, we had a crash up in Montgomery a couple weeks ago. Lady she was diabetic, had a diabetic emergency, crashed her car and it caught on fire. And thank God there was several officers from surrounding jurisdictions that was able to get in there and pull her out while that car was on fire. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the video from it from the local news here, but man, it was something else. I'm just thinking to myself, you pull a fire extinguisher out trying to save this lady, and it don't work.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not good news.
Not good. Yep.
Well, it's the end of the year, man. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I think the deep state's got their claws in so deep, we're not going to be able to yank them out.
So, what do you think about
Time will
that
tell.
first piece of legislation they introduced yesterday? Yeah, internet voter registration, automatic registration for everyone. You know, everyone has to renew their license every year or 2 years. I mean, it used to be every year. Now, I know you get the option when I go to renew now that they'll, yeah, as far as like your tags or whatever, that they'll give you 2 years. Well, you still
Right.
get 3 or 4 years on the actual driver's license, but before the next presidential election, essentially everyone will have had to renew their license, and everybody in the whole country
already
would be
that way out.
registered. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already that way in Nevada. An illegal can go when they go into Nevada, they can get a driver's license. Okay? When they issue that driver's license to an illegal, they automatically register them to vote. That was one of the complaints about some of the shenanigans going on in Nevada this last voting time.
Wow.
I think it's just going to come down to, you know what, just text Harris or Don Jr. to usgov.com. Just text your vote over the cell phone. That's what it's going to come down to.
Wow. And we know these foreign countries can get into these systems. I mean, if you can get into the likes of government, FBI, Pentagon computers and whatnot, which that stuff happens from time to time, the bad guys are they're gonna get in those systems.
Mhm. All this is getting swept under the rug. Come tomorrow, they're going to pull out that big broom, lift up the carpet, and sweep everything underneath it, man.
Yeah, somebody
All right, with
said
that
maybe
you have a
that's
good
why
night.
they need 25,000 National Guard people in D.C. later today, because when people find out what the first bill of 2021 is, they may need them.
What did I tell you the other night? They're going to come after all of us. You know, they took a couple. I don't know the exact number, but there were some guardsmen that was relieved from their duties up there because the Secret Service, did a little background checks on them, and I guess they had some posts on their Facebook page. You know, big Trump supporters. They maybe said something maybe they shouldn't have, and they told them to go on home.
Yep. Well, okay. Well, Pappy,
They're
it's
coming
good
for
to
all
hear
of us,
from
man.
you.
Hold on tight.
Hold on tight.
All right, sir. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks for checking in. There you go. That frees up another line. So plenty of room for you. It's 22 past the hour. 844-844-3388. How odd is that? Someone called earlier, was it tonight or last night, asking about, hey, do you think you could get Earl Pitts? You know, he'd been doing that thing for years and years. Now, I did not catch the news back in the middle of December, seeing as I was let go from that station in early November. But I see, John Kieswetter says, after 35 years, it's Pitts off for Gary Burbank's Earl Pitts. How about that? So, you know what really makes me sick? It's hearing that Gary Burbank is ending his nationally syndicated Earl Pitts redneck commentaries. Been doing it for 35 years, people. Apparently, Burbank says, I'm almost 80 years old. You know, he's continued doing the 2-minute weekday Pitts comedy bits after he retired 13 years ago. This week, they said, I guess that was back December 15th. Burbank that week voiced the last new commentaries from Pitts, the blue-collar, right-thinking, ultra-conservative American. Of course, we've heard it so many times over the years. You know what makes me sick? Let's see. The Pitts bits, early morning, will remain in syndication this year. Where they're going to be kind of repeating the best bits from his archives. I don't know how many stations he was still on around the country, but just one of the many characters that he did on radio, Gary Burbank, after he was hired from Louisville way back in 1980. Earl didn't like Trump because he said Trump stole his act. Yeah, Earl used to do rallies. But Gary turned 79 last July. He has sustained one of the nation's longest-running syndicated comedy bits with contributions by writers Rob Irvin, Jim Probasco, Kel Crum, J.D. Riggs, Todd Richmond. So Gary would say, they send me the copy, I rewrite and edit to make them sound like me. I would try to do a couple every Tuesday and the rest on Wednesday. I don't want it to feel like it was work, doing them all in one day. And this was my last week doing them. And we'll have enough new stuff to take us to the first of the year. So that's, again, going back to December the 15th. So I just caught that. And thanks for sending that to me. I'm sure many in the audience over the years used to, Earl Pitts made me laugh many, many a time. Looking at 25 past the hour. And let's jump up to what's happening this morning. Lester, what do you say?
Hey, how you doing today, Steve?
Not too bad, not too bad. What do you say?
Hey, weather up here in on 70 eastbound and westbound at the 72-mile marker, all the way, I'm up to about the 200, and it is a whiteout. Roads is completely covered. We're doing about 30 miles an hour. And at the 80, 85, I think it is, they got a prime truck that's ran off the road into the middle. So it's very treacherous up here on 70, headed towards Wheeling.
Okay, I'm looking at the radar, and I see some spotty snow showers have pushed through, but yeah, I guess you've had some of those. You must have seen some of those squalls and whatnot they were talking about earlier along 70.
I guess it's it was dry until I hit 70, the 170-mile marker, and then it just it's a complete whiteout.
Oh boy, I'm looking. Okay, yeah, there's a pretty heavy band that's been crossing I-70 there. Between like St. Clairsville and Center, Ohio. All that zone right in there is all dark blue.
Yeah, it's very slick and snow's very deep too. And like I said, we're all doing about 30, 35 miles an hour, and it is slippery as everything.
Okay.
Just want to let you know.
Well, I do appreciate, thanks
and
for
also,
the heads
I think,
up there.
I think also the guy was, when you kept saying Washington, he was saying Camp Washington right there in Cincinnati.
Camp Washington. Okay. Well, well,
right there by Hopple Street.
Yeah, Camp Washington Chili, right? Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. That's the area he's talking about versus Washington State or Washington,
okay.
whatever.
I didn't catch Camp Washington.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think you did, because when you said Washington State, I said, no, Camp Washington.
Okay.
But that's what I heard him say.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know.
Well, there's a big difference in miles.
All right.
Several thousand miles difference between those two.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is a big difference in miles.
All right. Well, Lester, thank you for the heads up. Yep. Have a great morning.
All right, thank you, sir.
Be careful out on those slick roads. All right, lines wide open as we head into the home stretch on a Wednesday, hump day. It's 844-844-3388. So they've got these scattered snow showers. The one he was talking about there along I-70. Let me see. It looks like it's kind of pushed through the Wheeling area as well. And you see more spotty snow showers, some of those heavy bands. You've seen some of those over towards Pittsburgh, down toward Morgantown and West Virginia. Yeah, there's quite a bit of snow coverage showing up on the radar from Altoona to State College to Williamsport to Hazleton over in Pennsylvania. Yeah, some of the snow showers may be pushing through Allentown and Scranton. I don't see any sort of like winter weather advisories or anything. It's just some of these quick shots of snow that may slicken up the roads a little bit. So, yeah, be careful out there on the highways and byways. Doing a real quick flip over here to the weather watches and advisories, see if anything's changed on the map since I last checked. Anything new? And okay, not there is a little area where you've got that some winter weather advisories from Altoona to Johnstown, and I guess that's up and down the spine of the mountains there, isn't it? Over in Pennsylvania, down into West Virginia. Okay, total accumulations could be 2 to 5 inches. Okay, that's enough to slow you down. So you've actually got these winter weather advisories. Plan on slippery road conditions, reduced visibility, gusty winds will cause blowing and drifting snow, and that's going to continue to impact the morning commute. Pennsylvania Department of Transportation and the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission remind motorists adjust speeds based on driving conditions, as the winter weather impacts will include snow-covered roads and limited visibility. Let's flip over to one other from the Weather Service office there in Pittsburgh, PA. Also, where they're showing could see 2 to 5 inches, wind gusts to 40 miles per hour, portions of southwest Pennsylvania and northern West Virginia. So your advisory goes through 1 o'clock this afternoon. Slow down, use caution. All right, that's exactly what Lester was talking about. Our number is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We return after this.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Once again, back at it here. Hump Day coming on Wednesday, midweek already. Yes, Inauguration Day. Changing of the guard, as they say. You know, with 21, 25, whatever, how many thousand National Guard they do have in our nation's capital as we speak. One individual that they would have really liked to have apprehended by this point in time is the guy that planted the pipe bombs in D.C. back on January the 6th. Hey, by the way, that was not some sort of a spontaneous thing caused by Donald Trump, speaking at a rally on that day. Last I checked, it takes some preparation, some forethought, some time to purchase the parts and assemble, construct pipe bombs. I don't know many people that just randomly have a bunch of pipe bombs in the trunk of their car that they can place whenever they decide they want to, looking to identify that suspect. Those pipe bombs left outside the national headquarters of both the Republican and Democrat parties on January the 6th. And that is their top priority, they say, according to the FBI right now. Because, well, yesterday, of course, it was one day before the inauguration. It's here. Fox News cited an unidentified law enforcement official briefed on security concerns as saying the FBI has alerted law enforcement agencies of the status of their investigation and their concern that this individual is still active. Now, again, located at the headquarters of the respective political parties, several blocks from the Capitol, and officials have declared they were functioning devices. They were rendered safe by authorities, not exploded, and taken for analysis at the FBI's lab in Quantico. The bombs apparently have been disassembled, being scrutinized for any sort of clues, such as type of explosive used, as they try to identify the origin and who might have constructed them. The second unidentified law enforcement official says officials have photographs of an individual they believe might have been involved in the discovery of the bombs, but the person's face was covered. So you can't use your facial recognition technology and whatnot if you can't see their face. All right, so yeah, who knows? Like I said, we'll find out later today if some dumbass out there tries to pull something in our nation's capital. And I mentioned earlier that several days after January the 6th that whoever that individual might be, I don't believe would have. You can't consider a Trump supporter or someone upset that Trump didn't win the election. It sounds to me like one of those individuals that's just anti-government across the board. Why would you place explosive devices at Republican and Democrat headquarters? Because technically, if you're on one side or the other, you'd be looking to injure or kill some of your own. Yeah, it's just that doesn't make sense to me. Before we get back at it here, I did see one other advisory. If you're rolling out west, where you've been dealing with the incredible winds, which will continue into the day Wednesday, I guess they've got some air quality alerts in parts of central California, the Ventura County, and several others. And that's because with all those winds, it's picking up lots of dust. And air quality is going to fluctuate from 1 hour to the next. But they do cite the fact that blowing dust, the air quality alert in effect till 9 o'clock in the morning, California time, exposure to particulate pollution, as they call it, can cause some real health problems, aggravate lung disease, can cause asthma attacks, acute bronchitis, increase the risk of respiratory infections. So use caution. Maybe having a mask on might help, right? People with heart or lung diseases need to follow your doctor's advice for dealing with episodes of unhealthy air quality. Avoid prolonged exposure. All right, so that's a number of counties out there in central California picking up all the dust. With all the social media, the censorship that we've been witnessing in not just recent days, but more and more in recent years, is there going to be some blowback? They tell us some of these social media outlets are really, they've crossed, if you want to call it the line in the sand. They've crossed a red line by banning Donald Trump completely. This has blown their ability in any form or fashion to say we are trying to be a neutral site. We're trying to be unbiased. Well, you can't absolutely ban a sitting president and say you're trying to be neutral. And interesting story where they're saying they're now facing a quandary. After January 6th, the unprecedented events, the violence in the Capitol, Donald Trump was banned on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Google owned YouTube, Snapchat. The alternative network known as Parler, which had many Trump followers and backers, was forced offline by Amazon's web services unit. They've broke new ground for internet firms, but they've also shattered the long-standing notion that they were trying to be neutral platforms. Open for anyone, everyone, to express their views. Banning Donald Trump is crossing a Rubicon for social media firms. They cannot go back now, according to Samuel Woolley, who was a professor and researcher at the University of Texas, the Center for Media Engagement. Up to now, their biggest goal was to promote free speech, supposedly. But these recent events have shown they can't do that now. Twitter's chief, Jack Dorsey, last week defended the ban on Trump, acknowledging it stemmed from a culture, a failure of ours ultimately to promote healthy conversation. He does say it sets a precedent that is maybe dangerous. The power of individual or corporations as part of the global conversation. Javier Polero said that the banning of Trump could be just the beginning now of social media firms grappling with dangerous content, including from political leaders, though. These companies have reacted to calls for violence by the president. Well, that's a good call, but they failed in other areas like Myanmar, where social media has been used to carry out persecution. Social platforms are being forced in some parts of the world to choose to follow their national laws or to prioritize human rights principles. We ask platforms to put human rights first. Sometimes they do, but all decisions on content governance, it's always a game of frustration. Yeah, very interesting. Is it just the beginning? If they can do this to Donald Trump, they're saying they can do it to you, they can do it to me, whomever they like. But who would have ever thought we'd be talking about social media, outright banning a sitting president from communicating? For 4 years, that's the way he got in contact and talked to the American people, because you wouldn't get the message, you wouldn't get what he wanted to say from the mainstream media. He took to social media to come right out and tell it like it is, in his own words. All right, it's 844-3388. Lines wide open here as we head down the home stretch on a Wednesday morning. Okay, now I see this and I say, wait a minute. Go big now and pay down the debt later. Okay, that all sounds fine and good. We're talking about this new $1.9 billion, the latest so-called stimulus package that's been proposed by Biden. He introduced a few days ago. And they were waiting for the word. How is the Treasury Secretary going to feel about that? Well, she spoke to lawmakers this past day. That's Janet Yellen, by the way. And she said, we need to act big on our next COVID relief package. The benefits will outweigh the cost of the higher debt burden, she said. Her task as Treasury chief will be to help Americans endure the final months of the COVID pandemic and rebuild the economy so that it creates more prosperity for more people and ensures that workers can compete in an increasingly competitive global economy. Now, Joe, sworn in later on today, says bold investment is needed to jumpstart the economy and accelerate the distribution of the vaccines so we can get the virus under control. When asked what outlays would provide the biggest bang for the buck, Yellen said spending on public health and widespread vaccination was the first step. Number one, extending unemployment and food stamp benefits is number two. Targeting relief to people in the greatest need and small businesses. That would create a great deal of spending per dollar spent. They'll create jobs through the economy. Neither the president-elect nor I proposed this relief package without an appreciation for our debt burden in this country, though. But right now, with the interest rates at historic lows, the smartest thing we can do is go big. Act big. Even though the amount of the debt relative to the economy has gone up, the interest burden has not. She's talking about the amount of money the federal government pays in interest on all that debt. Biden's proposed aid package includes $415 billion to bolster the response to the virus and the rollout of the vaccines, $1 trillion, with a T, trillion dollars in direct relief to households. That's the $1,400 stimulus payments that many Americans would receive, and roughly $440 billion for small businesses that were particularly hard hit by the pandemic. Again, many would receive the $1,400 stimulus checks on top of the $600 that are going out right now. Unemployment, supplemental unemployment insurance would be increased to $400 a week from the current $300 a week. So that's $400 a week on top of what your normal unemployment would be from your respective state. And that would be extended to September. I mean, damn near the whole year. Now, when you say go big now and pay down the debt later, there's only one way to do that. Yeah, you can go big now. The debt's there. It's already big. But help me out here. When's the last time we actually saw a year when we paid down anything on our debt? If memory serves, I think we've got to go back to Bill Clinton to see a time when we brought more in taxes than we spent, and they were actually able to pay a bit down on the debt. The only way to do that is to raise your taxes. Donald Trump was big on trying to have people keep more in their pocket, more money to spend on a weekly basis. And we know he ain't holding back now when he tries to tell you that he's only going to raise taxes on people that make, $400,000 or more annually. No. The only way you're going to, first of all, they'd have to cut spending pretty damn dramatically to get the spending below the level that the taxes that are coming in to begin with. And you essentially, you're going to have to raise taxes, and you're going to have to raise taxes big time to have any way of coming up with enough money to try to actually pay something down on the debt. Yeah,
hey, Steve.
Strap in tight and get ready for the ride, because we're going to all be paying
How
for
are
this.
you?
Well, yeah, what's going on there, Beaver Squeezer?
Well, I'm listening to the show. I just want to tell you, I'm still with you. When you drive a truck for a living, and most of your listeners do, you're up all hours of the night. How are we going to pay for this? I mean, we're giving money to countries, and we're borrowing money from China, and countries all over the world are buying our debt. How are we going to pay for it?
Well, that's what I was just saying. I think Joe Biden will. The way we're going to pay for it, he's going to make everybody's going to pay more. Your taxes are going to go up.
Well, I'm retired. 25 years sitting behind the wheel, and my lifestyle, when I was looking at retirement, I was saying, please, please, please come fast. And now that I'm retired, I don't want to be retired. All I want to do is get back in the truck. But hey, let me tell you something. Can I kind of cheer up the show just a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
During my trucking career, I got to meet some really famous people. I pulled a load out of Denver going to Portland, Oregon. And there's a TA there that has a bar. I made my delivery, but I saw Clint Black's bus on the side of the highway. He was broke down.
Clint Black, the country singer.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was sitting in that bar, and I was talking to an Indian girl. She's a rodeo queen because she had the belt buckle. And, oh, my God, Clint Black and two of his band members walked in. and I got to drink a beer with Clint Black, and they played a couple songs for us. And can I say my company's name?
Why not?
Okay. In 1996, I was Navajo Express Driver of the Year. And I got to pull Robbie Unser's Indy car.
Wow.
I got paid to go to the races is what I got to do.
That's a pretty good gig.
I got to meet so many famous people. And then I was fueling in Tennessee at a pilot in Tennessee on I-65. And one of those $1 million buses pulled up. And that window slid open, and it was Dana Carter.
Wow. You have met some famous characters, haven't you? Hey, I'm gonna real quick like here. I'm gonna jump over to our old pal, our old friend Spaceman. Because as typically is the case, he likes to wait to the very last minute to check in. But what you got for us? You're gonna wrap it up for us here on a Wednesday morning, Spaceman.
What's up?
Hey.
Yeah, somebody called in and they were talking about Trump not going to the inauguration. And one of the conveniences of both the outcoming and incoming president being there is the CIA has a guy that carries a briefcase called the nuclear football.
Yes.
And everywhere the president goes, that football goes. It has the nuclear missile codes in it.
Mm-hmm.
So this time, there's two briefcases. One nuclear football goes on Air Force One to Florida with Trump, and then exactly at noon, they're going to turn those codes off and turn the one in D.C. on. That's the guy will be sitting right behind Biden. It is kind of interesting. If you don't know it, every time you see the president walking around, going to the helicopter, what's that called? Marine, is that Marine One?
Like
I think.
Marine One, yeah.
Yeah, everywhere the president's at, always look for a guy within 10 feet of him carrying this briefcase that has the nuclear codes in it. But think about that, having to turn one off and turn the other one on exactly at noon.
Yeah.
Where that's never had to have been done before, because the same guy is within 10 feet of both of them at the inauguration. So that's a little bit of a different
That's
thing
pretty loud.
going on today.
Where'd you hear about that? Because I'm not sure what time Trump's going to be leaving D.C. this morning. So technically,
I read about it.
Okay, so technically he'll have the briefcase with him for a few hours when he gets down there to Mar-a-Lago, whatever, and then I guess they remotely deactivate it or something and activate the new one for Joe Biden.
Two of them.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to deactivate the one in Florida and activate the one that's near Biden at noon. How much time do you got?
We're about out of time, but yeah, real quick, we'll go ahead.
Oh, you're going to inherit our transsexual health lady of Pennsylvania. Biden has appointed her as the Assistant Secretary of Health. Have you ever seen her?
Oh, she's a beaut, Spaceman. She's a beaut.
Yeah, she's on our TV every day telling us to wear a mask and shut her restaurants down. So you'll be able to see her on a national
She
level.
needs more than a mask. She's going to need a bag when she comes on national television.
Yeah.
All right, Spaceman. Well,
I guess she is qualified.
Yeah,
All right.
All right. Thank you much, man. We got to get out the door. I mean, it's not like we're on a hard clock, and somebody said, "Well, yeah, go on up till 6 o'clock. Come on, I got another hour to drive." No, we wrap things up here on a Wednesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Have a great day, and we'll see you back tonight at the midnight hour. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.